Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for taking the time really to take a look on the Bulgarian Fintech ecosystem. My name is Georgi Penev, and I'll be your host and moderator of the conference today. So we have quite an agenda, and I'll try to go really fast through it. But before everything, I just want to say a huge thank you to all of you guys who supported us. First and foremost, the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Bulgaria. Of course, after that, the Financial Supervision Commission of Bulgaria. We also have behind us the European Commission, and all of you guys who supported us in writing the whole report, and namely here all of these universities that are part of our association that is really working with us on a daily basis, and all of the active members of the Bulgarian Fintech Association who participated in the report. And I'll be really quick through the agenda, so you know what we're going to see today, who we're going to see. So first thing first, we'll start with a keynote speech. We have the European Commission as well as the Financial Supervision Commission just saying some nice words in the very beginning. Then we have, and this is probably the most important part of this of today's conference, it's all about the report in the end of the day. So we will release the report in front of you. We will talk a bit about the fintech challenges, about the market analysis that we do, and that we release and that we review within the report. Then we move forward with another announcement that we would like to make here in front of you. Is the CEE Center for Digital Finance, and our dear friend and colleague, the Associate Professor Dejan Radev, will be talking about this. Then we move forward with, and we start with the panels. We have the European Commission with a quick keynote on the prior to the fintech regulation panel, and then we deep dive with some of the most, let's say, prominent experts in Bulgaria. Then we move forward with another discussion, this time around education and fintech education. Then we deep dive into the fintech innovation, the future of finance. Here we have once again a keynote, this time around it's from Innovative Sofia, and then we end up this conference with a panel discussion on fintech innovation. Here we have distinguished guests from fintech companies in Bulgaria. So this is it from my side for the very beginning of this conference. I'll now give the floor to Svetoslav Dimitrov, who is the Board of Director member and Secretary of Bulgarian Fintech Association, for some keynote speech.
Здравейте, няколко думи на български, защото сме си в България все още. Първо, от името на управителния съвет на Българска Финтек Асоциация ви благодаря, че сте тук и присъствате на събитието. За нас е изключително важно, както вече поредна година правим такова събитие, представяме годишния Fintech Report за развитието на България. Това е четвъртия поред, ако не се лъжа.
Точно.
Така че вече 4 години подред отбелязваме своето развитие и сега ще мина на английски, за да продължа. Thank you to all of you coming to attend our event. On behalf of the management board of the Fintech Association, we are proud that this is the fourth time which we announced the report, the annual report, and what we want to show to all of you by that report is that Bulgaria is developing in the fintech area, developing very fast. It is advanced, and it is much more advanced than most of our neighbors. This is what we want to share, and this is what we want to take us advantage and also to push ourselves next year to be even better. So this is as open words. Please, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah, we'll definitely try to be better and better. And now we move forward to our distinguished guest coming from the Financial Supervision Commission of Republic of Bulgaria, Vladislav Matev, Chief Expert within the Commission. Please take the stage.
Thank you, Mr. Penev. Uh, I'm glad that for a second consecutive year, we can demonstrate the cooperation between the Bulgarian Fintech Association and the Financial Supervision Commission. And it is obvious that the new technologies reshape the financial sector. At the same time, they facilitate significantly the access of investors and companies to various types of services and opportunities. The Bulgarian Financial Supervision Commission is guided by the belief that the rapid and effective implementation of financial innovations by the capital market participants not only supports the growth of their activity, as well as the development and the transformation of the capital market as a whole. The FSC is committed to broadening the dialogue with all the interested parties as a basis of achieving a balance between the benefits of the introduction of financial innovations and ensuring the stability and the reliability of the financial market and the protection of the investors' rights. FSC encourages the growing interest in this area, and as part of our strategy, we launched an innovation hub, which is used as a single point to contact for submission of proposals, different queries with respect of identified possibilities and obstacles on, related to the financial market. In addition, there is a special task force which is dedicated to monitoring the benefits and assessing the risks arising from the integration of financial innovations. On our website, there is a special section which is called Financial Innovations, and it contains numerous publications regarding the financial literacy of all users of financial services. We launched a digital campaign to protect investors under the name #InvestSafely. And the purpose of this campaign is to increase the financial literacy and awareness. Also, we are going our own way by in this direction, and we have a project for full digitalization of the communication with the supervised entities. And in the following weeks, we plan to launch a mobile application, FSC Mobile. Also, FSC actively participates in numerous local and international initiatives with the Bulgarian Fintech Association, such as the event From Zero to Fintech and the webinar Safety of the Digital Financial Instruments, Pay Safely on the Internet. We assess the importance of the financial technologies, and we follow the development of the regulation in this area. In this regard, the preparation of the new digital financial package of the European Commission, which contains the regulations DORA, MiCA, and DOT, which are examples in this regard. And this package aims to stimulate the competitiveness and the innovation in the financial sector in Europe. Also to provide investors and companies a greater choice of financial services and modern payment solutions. Also to ensure investors' protection and financial stability. The new technologies change the non-banking financial sector and the way investors and companies access services. These innovations create opportunities for better access to finance and improve the financial inclusion of citizens within the digital society. Financial technology support efficiency and the further increase of the competitiveness of the economy of the country, and they contribute to deepening and expansion of the capital market in the European Union. I'm convinced that with even wilder application of financial innovations, the Bulgarian capital market will increase its attractiveness to both local and foreign investors. I would like to wish good luck to this event. Thank you, Mr. Penev.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Matev. And I can really proudly say that the non-banking regulator in Bulgaria, the Financial Supervision Commission, is one of the most active players within our ecosystem. And just to give an example here for this is that together with them, we went all the way to the UK, to London, where we presented in the Embassy of Bulgaria in front of the Bulgarian diaspora. We presented our ecosystem together with them in one panel. So once again, huge thank you to you guys, to what you do. Really, we count on you. And we're really proud that we have you behind us, working together for the ecosystem. Now we go straight to Brussels. Where we have on Zoom, we have a specialist policy officer from the European Commission. Ludmila, you there?
Hi, hello, Georgi. Do you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. The floor is yours.
Yes, now I hear you as well. Thank you very much. And sorry, I could not make it again this year to Sofia. But I'm very glad to be digitally with you and where there's a lot of happening. Thank you also for the good cooperation and for inviting me to speak to this event. The future of finance is increasingly digital, as we keep repeating it, and COVID accelerated all of this, as we know. For consumers, there are new ways of making payments, more access to different services, opportunities to access products from new companies, and so on. So behind the scenes, the financial systems is dependent on digital processes, and they are developing new ways of doing business based on technology, including the artificial intelligence. Even the very nature of money is changing nowadays. So it's an exciting time to be involved in fintech. Today, I will briefly talk about what we are doing at EU level and what we are doing in Brussels to support the digital finance, and how Bulgaria is part of all our efforts. On 1st of January, we'll celebrate 30 years of the existence of the single market. It is one of the EU's greatest achievements because the single market brought down physical barriers and the customs posts, and it also removed less obvious barriers like different regulations that make it hard to export or expand into different EU countries. The single market in digital financial services, however, it's still far from complete. Classic financial services have access to the financial services passport. So an authorization in one EU country on the basis of common rules allows companies to offer services across the single markets. But there is unfortunately no true single market for digital financial services yet. Companies with innovative business models face divergent regulatory frameworks and supervisory practices, and that makes it harder for companies to offer their products and services in the different member states. That is exactly what the EU digital finance strategy sets and what we are doing actually to address all this. One of the big pieces of legislation, and I will start by this, is that we are bringing is the markets in the crypto assets regulation. This is our MiCA proposal. I think that you will discuss further on, but just to briefly mention, this will set clear rules for previously unregulated crypto assets, including the so-called stable coins. We're bringing order to this wild west of crypto, protecting investors and consumers and maintaining the financial stability. On the other hand, the technology that underpins crypto, the blockchain or distributed ledger technology, the DLT, does appear to have a lot of promise in the financial system, including carry out existing tasks like trading more efficiently. So keen to test this, we are creating a space for experimentation, allowing financial companies to learn by doing in a safe environment with regulators and supervisors monitoring the development. This is the sandbox, and we will very soon have this pilot regime, the DLT pilot, where from March next year, market participants will be able to experiment safely while with issuing, trading, and settling shares and bonds issuing using the blockchain technology, DLT pilot. Digital finance is also services built around data. The EU is a pioneer in the area of open banking, where a customer can choose to share banking data with another provider and get access to new services. This has allowed financial companies, including fintechs, to develop new products on the basis of that data. So the open finance is considered to be the next frontier. This would allow a customer to share as much a wider range of financial data, and in return get a more personalized and more innovative experience. Open finance will only work, of course, if it's built on trust, with safeguards that ensure data protection and consumer protection. In this project, we have consulted widely, and the expert group recently produced a report on the evolution of the open finance. So now we plan to set out the way forward to the open finance next year. We are also doing a lot of work in the payment space. Recently, we tabled a proposal on instant payments in the EU to make instant euro payments universal, affordable, and secure. Just to give you an payment means it's a payment that is sent and received in less than 10 seconds. So it will be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So this proposal will help Europe to be a leading payment market and boost even further our competitiveness. But it will also make a tangible difference in everyday life. For example, for SMEs who will get more control over their cash flows. While I'm talking about this subject, I would also like to mention the digital euro. The digital euro would provide a public money alternative to private means of payments, while citizens still maintain their right to access physical cash. So we plan to propose a legislation in 2023, which will be subject to adoption by the European Parliament and the Council. This is a necessary step for any potential issuance of a digital euro by the ECB. There are, of course, risks related to this, as we rely more and more on technology. So the financial institutions must protect against cyber attacks and cyber fraud. So the Digital Operational Resilience Act, the DORA, which was recently approved by the European Parliament, will require all this. So the financial companies will need to put safeguards in place to mitigate against digital disruption and the cyber attacks. The DORA legislation supports the digitalization of the finance by making sure that the financial system is resilient to the risks that would come with this more and more developed technology. We're, however, looking beyond these laws and regulation. And here I will take some time to talk about the EU Digital Finance Platform, which is a platform that we recently developed and which offers practical support to innovative financial companies across Europe. It has two main parts. The Digital Finance Observatory allows fintechs and national supervisors to make connections with each other. It lets innovative financial companies put themselves on a map. So this European fintech map is designed to showcase Europe's fintech community and spark new discoveries and connections. So we hope to see more and more Bulgarian companies on these European fintech maps via our digital finance platform. So the second main building block of the platform is a getaway to national supervisors. It's a huge step because it's a single access point with information about the national supervisors, what they offer, and national licensing requirements. So there is an information on innovation hubs and regulatory sandboxes that many national supervisors are offering, similar to our DOT pilot, which is happening at the European level. So the national authorities are improving their offerings for fintechs, but that needs to be complemented by cooperation among different national supervisors. There is a good news here. National supervisors have developed a framework for cross-border testing, coordinated by the three European supervisory authorities, by the three S's. It means that companies looking to expand their activities will be able to involve multiple national authorities when launching their testing process. And they can do this by using this single form available on the EU Digital Finance Platform. So we will continue to support fintechs through the EU Digital Finance Platform, and that's why I'm encouraging you to take the best use of it. We're preparing to build a data hub, a space where companies can access non-public data, letting them test innovative products and applications. So that is a quick overview of all the work that we are doing at the European level to support fintechs and digital finance. And there are, as you see, there are a lot of opportunities, and Bulgaria is well placed to take advantage of them. Bulgaria is a country with a growing reputation in the world-class fintech hub. So it's a country that could really improve even more. We see that we have a strong support from the national authorities, the central bank, and so we believe Bulgaria is a great environment for innovation and is well positioned to be a regional leader in the fintech. So to wrap up, at the EU level, we are working to support all the relations between the countries, and by developing that single market in digital financial services that will support the innovation and will guarantee against the risks. All this, we believe, will provide better services to the EU citizens and the businesses. And all of this depends a lot on trust. So thank you very much. I wish you good luck to your conference, and hope to see you in live next year. Thank you, Georgi.
Thank you so much, Ludmila. I really appreciate that you managed to come and take the stand here. We highly appreciate the partnership with you, and we really rely on our future work together. Now we are coming back here to Sofia, to Bulgaria, to the incubator, to the Sofia Tech Park, and I would like to ask here to take the stand next to me the Associate Professor Dejan Radev, who will be my support here when talking about the Annual Fintech Report. But before we start, I just wanted to give you just the flavor of who is the expert here next to me. So Dejan Radev is an associate professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration at the Sofia University St. Clement Ohridski, and he teaches courses in fintech and banking regulation. Dr. Radev has about 15 years of experience at Goethe University Frankfurt, University of Bonn, and the European Central Bank. He received Germany's Best PhD Dissertation Prize in Capital Markets in 2014 for his work on systemic risk assessment. His Springer Verlag and his research on systemic risk, banking regulation, and fintech has been presented at the ECB, Federal Reserve Boards, Bank of England, Deutsche Bundesbank, Bank of International Settlements, and others. Since 2022, Dr. Radev is the director of the CEE Center for Digital Finance, which we'll be talking about just in a second. With this huge introduction to you, Dejan, thank you for being here, and I'll go really quickly through the very start of the presentation that I have prepared. So we'll be talking about who are we first, and I'm just putting here the stopwatch because we don't really have a lot of time, but who are we first thing first, and then we'll be talking about the mapping that we prepared this year, 2020-22, and then we'll be deep diving in the Annual Fintech Report. So we are a cluster organization. We have 72 members behind us. We have 2 universities. We are the co-founder of the biggest fintech association in Europe, called European Digital Finance Association. We are heavily investing in education, and that's why we are also an affiliate member to the International Financial Education Network, the OECD. We work on these 5 things. I'm not going to really talk much about it because the most important thing today is the Annual Fintech Report. So I just want to have most of the time, especially for the report. This year's report, we have really important things that we covered, which we believe presents the best the ecosystem that we have and could put us on the European map. So we go through the mapping that we have, which is just a panorama of what we have here in Bulgaria, and then we talk really in specific and in detail about the fintech market analysis that we prepare each year. In the end, it's all about to present the development of our sector. This is the mapping. It's pretty similar to last year. The only difference here is that I hope you guys have seen it before. The only thing that really changes here is the number of companies. If last year we had 135 companies, this year we have 156, and you'll hear this number pretty often today. But in the bottom part of this mapping, you can see by segments these fintech companies. And the bottom part is all of this entrepreneurial ecosystem that we have here in Bulgaria, the regulators, and so on and so forth. Here's some more details about the fintechs and just a quick snapshot of what we have. I'm trying to be really as fast as possible here because we will cover this a bit later and we will be talking in detail about it. But you can actually already download all of these, the whole report, on our webpage. So don't worry about this data. You can get it freely on our website, fintechbulgaria.org. So with this, I now jump in straight on the topic about the composition of our industry, of what we see. Out of these 156 companies, we have about 90% that are SMEs, small and medium enterprise. Small and medium enterprises, and most of them are located in Sofia, exactly 131. Now, and with this, I'm giving the words over to Dejan to be talking about the dynamic of the market, and the data that we see here is about how many companies have been established in all of these years. You see a time span of 12, 13 years. So what is your take on this, Mr. Radev?
Thanks, Georgi, and also for the nice introduction and long introduction. What we see here, we've plotted the trend of establishment of new companies in Bulgaria, basically since the financial crisis. And what we notice is that we have a constant increase or upward trend of new establishments, especially after Brexit in 2016. So I think half or 40% of the companies, fintech companies in Bulgaria are founded after Brexit. And we see a jump, which might look surprising, during COVID, 23 companies, but we have to realize that establishing a company takes time, several months, sometimes more than a year. So this data is lagged. That's why we see in 2021 that we have a drop, but I expect this to increase again for 2022. What we didn't mention is that we rely on factual data from the commercial registry. Only when data shows up on the commercial registry, we put it in. So that's why it is 1 year lagged. Okay, and we are looking forward for the data for 2022.
All right, thanks so much for this one. So we can summarize that we have an upward trend in the establishment of fintech companies, which hopefully will be matched in 2021 as well. But we still need a bit more data from the commercial register, hopefully by the end of this year. So these 156 companies, you can see them here by segments. These segments are actually, they're coming from the so-called taxonomy, fintech taxonomy created by the Cambridge University. It is actually the most comprehensive taxonomy that we see as of today. So according to this and based on this taxonomy, we created this list that you guys now see with the biggest segment in digital payments. Now, we deep dive in the market analysis. So just to give you, sorry, it's 2022, not 2020, but still. The market analysis, it is really important to say here that we try to make this report something really much more than just a magazine. So it's hopefully a really nice academic research for all of you guys, the experts out there who is listening to us, watching now, and we'll be reading the whole report afterwards. So what we do here is it's a double-fold analysis. First, we go and we deep dive into the market analysis just with using qualitative and quantitative data. We first use the numbers, which is the quantity and the quantitative data, and we make a small research on this, and then we deep dive with the quality, which we do with through a survey. So once again here we'll be talking now about the quantitative research, which is about the total revenue, the financial data of the companies that we know and that we see. Of these 156 companies that we can call really fintechs, meaning that we exclude the Bulgarian banks, we exclude some other traditional financial institutions, and we only focus on the ones that I just showed you on the map. So what you see here is the total revenue, which peaks up to 1.8 billion level, which is Bulgarian lev, which is about 0.9 euro billion euros. What can you say about this one, about the total revenue? Is there something that we can see here?
What we notice is, and this is something that we reiterate throughout the report, we notice in 2021 the reopening of the global economy, also the national economy after the lockdowns during COVID. We observed similar trend last year. Unfortunately, COVID broke out we would have observed this positive trend much stronger even, already last year. But now with the reopening of the economy, obviously our companies managed to take full advantage of the digitalization that was required throughout the lockdowns. And we see, okay, the average growth rate is 12%, but from 2020 to 2021, it's 25% increase. And we are looking forward for the next year. We will see the effect of the war in Ukraine. There were several other shocks on, in financial markets. So we are looking forward to seeing how our companies weather all those events and shocks. But I'm positive that they will manage to deal with them pretty well.
All right. I'll simply skip some of these graphs and charts, just because you can deep dive through the reports, and we don't really have much time for this, so we will simply focus on the most important ones. So you now see here the record high in operating revenue that has been marked in 2021. It's about 33%. What is the possible cause of this?
So we mentioned that the total revenue increases by 25%, operating revenue increases by 33%, which means that our companies are getting more and more efficient. New companies are being established with new tech, and they're managed to increase their operating revenue at a higher rate.
All right. Then we have the operating revenue by segment, which is pretty similar to what we saw previously. When we were talking about segments, the digital payments, since it's the biggest one and probably one of, and obviously one of the biggest when talking about generating revenue, it's once again the leader, digital payments. And then we have enterprise technology provision, and on the third place is the digital asset exchange. And here by digital asset exchange, we'll be talking about platforms with crypto and so on and so forth. We have plenty of them here in Bulgaria, of course. Then the total assets. I want to stress here just for a couple of minutes because we have seen doubling numbers in the total assets for the last 5 years, and we have 70% the average growth rate. And here we have written down that the potential explanation should be the number of real-time transactions that really saw a growth in 2020 and 2021. I guess that's because of COVID?
Yes, so the growth is obvious why it was like that from 2019 to 2020. And what we also observe is that the graph becomes steeper. We have 17% average growth rate, but for 2 consecutive years from 2019 to 2021, it's over 20% the increase. We'll see how this will develop. I mentioned some shocks during this year. But in the best case scenario, I would expect for several years after the war is over, for several years accelerated growth in the fintech segment. And the segment becomes bigger and bigger. That is what we see here, and it reflects how deeper the digitalization gets into our lives.
Okay, makes sense. Once again, by segments, these total assets, the only difference here is that on the second place, we see digital lending, and it makes a lot of sense for them to be there. Not going to really talk much about it, but then we move forward to total expenses. We have an average of 14% in the last couple of years, and a peak in 2021 of 1.6 billion. Once again, it's in level, which is 0.8 euro. What is here your comment?
So what we observe here is, okay, we usually say that fintech companies have low costs, but we have new companies being established, and what we see, those total expenses are mainly labor costs. So we'll see on the next slide that fintech companies are hiring more and more employees, and of course the average salary in the fintech sector is higher, twice higher than the average in the country. So, and most of those expenses go for labor costs, of course, new technology, cloud-based services, but again, most of it is labor costs.
All right, brilliant. And yes, exactly. On this slide, we have the personnel. We have the workforce in fintech, and we see that we have a huge growth in the last year by about 25%. 1/4 is the 13% is the average growth, but we see 25 in the last year. What do you think? What is the main reason behind it? We have written here the reopening of the economy.
So the main driver, if we look at deeper in the number, not in the aggregates, is the digital asset sector that was hiring until last year very intensively. Maybe over 60-70% of this change is due to that sector.
All right. Great, and once again, if you're guys interested in the crypto space and the platforms that we have in Bulgaria, you can go back to our mapping and just see who are the big players already here in Bulgaria. Now talking about operating revenue per employee, of course you have on one side expenses, you have the personnel, which is just like you said, Dejan, the biggest expense probably within the total expenses that we just showed. But what's your take on these slides about the operating revenue per employee? So,
as an economist, that's the most exciting graph for me. In the whole report, and I explicitly insisted on it to be there. What we observe, what we have here, operating revenue per employee, that's a proxy, that's a measure for the productivity of the sector. So what we observe from this trend is that we see doubling of productivity and a significant technological shift and jump from 2017-2018 to 2019, which again, I believe we have to dig deeper, make more serious academic analysis. This is again driven by Brexit. So the fintech industry becomes twice more productive. So we saw huge hiring trend on the sector, but it was still this level around 200,000, 210, 20,000 level was kept throughout even the crisis. So that's a very positive trend, and I think that's again singles out why financial innovation and the development of financial services is important for economic growth. So I can argue we have to compare with other sectors. I would argue that the fintech sector is among the most productive sectors in Bulgaria.
All right, that's really nice to hear it. And now we have the best performance, which is just another example of what we have here in Bulgaria. And I know that this is pretty similar to last year. And last year's data. So if you guys are interested in this one, you can once again take a close look at it in the reports, which is once again on our website already. Then we go and we'll be talking about the investments in fintech. I believe this is one of the most important bits that we have within the report, because it shows what will be the close future. The future in 1, 2, 3, 5 years from now. And here I really insist on saying that This is the numbers only for companies, only for money that have been invested in Bulgarian companies, in Bulgarian entities. Because we do know that in Bulgaria there is a fintech unicorn, but still it's not a Bulgarian entity. So with this graph, we only show the VC investments in the fintech industry in Bulgaria, only in the Bulgarian entities. And what you can see clearly is an upward trend that really says it all. In 2018, we had only about 1 million invested in fintech. It wasn't that much of a hype or buzzwords back then, but eventually in 2022 you have 10 times bigger and bigger investments in fintech, which actually are 1/5 of the whole VC investments in Bulgaria in 2021. What's your take on this one, Dejan?
So what I'm interested is more the trends, and what I find positive is that during COVID there was no drop in VC investments, and they have there is a 5 times, no more than 5, 7, 8 times increase from 2018 to 2020, and then it leveled up. Why didn't spike up during the recovery after COVID? Well, again, we have a war across the pond, so a neighboring country is in a war. So it's more about political risk here, and that's what I hear from representatives of the sector, is that now the VC market is cooling down, but I expect in the next years there will be a restart again.
All right, great. And here just we'll be talking about the most dynamic fintechs. What I'm really proud to say that some of them in the top 10 especially are companies that are part of our association. Namely here we have even today in the room Iris Solutions, which is ranked in the top 5 of the most dynamic fintech companies. We also have, you can see Foss, Crypto.com, Payslip, and so on and so forth. These are all companies with entities in Bulgaria. Once again, they might be foreign companies, but working from Bulgaria with their entities here, generating revenue, and so on and so forth. And I'll go really quickly through this one because I want to leave a bit more time about the next part of this conference, which is on the Digital Finance Center. So just like I said, we conduct a survey on a yearly basis, and this year we show that the Bulgarian fintech companies obviously export heavily within Europe, but not only. And this is the data that we gathered from 17 companies that replied to the survey. It's here you can see the compensation of the salary, which is twice than the Bulgaria's average gross salary. It is we can compare this to last year, and we see pretty similar numbers. And then about the gender composition and age, we see high diversity because we have 44% of all employed who are women in our fintech industry. And last but not least, but important, is that the average age of employees in the Bulgarian fintech company is only 35.4 years, which is a pretty decent and nice number. Now you can guys all go to our website, download the report, deep dive into this data, because we now move forward with our second part of the first panel here in the conference. Now we move forward with the presentation about the Digital Finance Center, the CEE Digital Finance Center, and I'll give the word here to Dejan Radev. Just any second that we see the presentation pop up. So this is an initiative that we will see starting actually from this year, from December this year, and we will see it working and coming to life in the very beginning of next year. It's another really nice example and initiative, once again, from academy and private sector getting together and working in one mission, namely here about creating talent, really the talent that is so needed for our business. So whenever you guys ready with the presentation, we can move forward to it. In the meantime, oh yes, okay, we have it now. There you go. The floor is all yours. Yeah.
Thank you, Georgi. Before we introduce the CE Center for Digital Finance, I want to say that whatever you're going to see, most of it we are already doing. So that's what I love about the Fintech Association, Georgi, and all people around me, is that we don't wait for funding if we had good ideas to start working on stuff. So, okay, the Central European Central and Eastern European Center for Digital Finance will be the fintech facilitator in our region. What we observe also in the Fintech Report in the last years and across all countries in Eastern Europe is that the sector has been growing after the global financial crisis and especially after the referendum for Brexit in 2016. And at the same time, there is very palpable lack of facilitator, some mediator between business, government, and civil society. And usually in developed economies, this is academia, who is the natural candidate for such a role. And this link is pretty well established for scientific fields, for STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and maths. And our center will play the role of facilitator for the quadruple helix. Academia, business, government, and civil society for the digital finance cluster. What I mentioned, okay, for the STEM field is pretty clear, the link between science, research, and innovation, but it is not that well established, this link between business and academia in social sciences. It is not instituted that well, but still there is empirical evidence that having an academician as part of your business has a positive effect on your innovation. And this is a paper written by a colleague of ours from the Faculty of Economics and Business Administration that compares the performance across several indices, innovation indices. And here, the top is whether there is an academician as a founder or employed in those companies. And what we observe across all parts of the final index is that from 2 to 4 times better performance is observed for in terms of innovation, however it is measured. At the same time, okay, the link between government and academia is very well established. Universities educate administrative staff and regulatory personnel at regional, national, and EU level. And also many of the chief experts, directors at the Bulgarian National Bank, of the Financial Supervision Commission, they are professors at universities. So the link there is pretty well established. And also there is a very direct and well-established link between civil society and academia. All textbooks that your kids read are written by university professors. And universities are central to the trend of lifelong learning. I can say from experience that the average age of the master students in our programs is between 35 and 40. So we have a colleague here who has the numbers. We might check them. But I even have students that have 3 or 4 master degrees and they're getting a next one. Okay. So that was the introduction. So now we start. What is the mission? The mission of this center is to maximize the impact and potential of the digital finance sector in the CE region. And what it is going to be, this CE Center for Digital Finance. It will be a center of excellence in business analytics and academic and policy research, a forum for interaction within the quadruple helix, a platform for high impact promotion of the digital finance sector, and also an innovation and research coordination hub to connect CE businesses with world-class researchers around the world. And our fifth goal is to be, and this is we are already doing, this is going to be an educational center in digital finance and innovation infrastructure for regulators. That will be our main goal next year. Also for businesses with custom-made courses, academia and high school. So we'll mention a course that we are planning for regulators related to sandboxes, regulatory sandboxes. The key stakeholders, I won't go deep, that the quadruple helix. The scope and fields of expertise, payments, open banking, lending, you will see that covers the whole segmentation of our fintech sector. Blockchain and decentralized finance, data analytics, AI, machine learning, RegTech and SupTech, ESG and finance. Who are the people? Georgi already introduced me. Since 2020, I started as an assistant professor. Recently, I became an associate professor of fintech and banking at Sofia University. Before that, as he said, I've been in Germany for quite a while, got my PhD from Goethe University Frankfurt with the highest distinction. I wrote the best dissertation in capital markets for 2014. I returned with a program from the Ministry of Education and Science called Peter Beron, and I'm the first and still only fellow, Peter Beron Fellow in economics. And since May, I'm a representative for Bulgaria of the OECD Financial Education Initiative. The Deputy Director and CEO is Georgi Penev, Director of the Fintech Association, and the Chief Marketing Officer is Mila Svanova, who also works in the Fintech Association. And what you can see, the common theme is that we all have international experience. We've studied abroad, we've stayed abroad, and we've returned for one reason or another, and yeah, we found our purpose. I didn't talk that much about research, but the main focus of the center will be world-class research. And here I've listed the research fellows. This list will grow. The first one, Professor Tsvetelina Ilieva. She's born in Sofia. She's Bulgarian, obviously. She works at the University of Bonn, and she publishes in the Journal of Finance. Maybe in a few months, she'll publish in the American Economic Review, the best journal in economics. Michele Altieri is a colleague and friend of mine, co-author. She publishes in Journal of Financial and Quantitative Analysis, and that is top 4 in finance. Professor Andreas Barth, he's also a dear friend of mine. He won the Best Dissertation Award in Germany 2 years after me, 2016. And he holds joint positions at the University of Saarland and Goethe University Frankfurt. He has published in the best journal, academic journal in management science. Professor Bojana Bogdanova, who agreed to be put on the slide, she publishes in top journals in econometrics and financial economics. Myself, with Andreas Barth, we publish in the Journal of Banking and Finance, which is again top 5 or 6 in finance. Apostle Mushmov, he's part of the Management Financial Group and our faculty since October. and Georgi Penev, with whom we already have 2 papers that will be published in the popular Scopus very soon. And all those people have expressed interest to work with Bulgarian data and to contribute to promoting our sector. We also have business experts. Maybe they don't know that they will be listed, but those are people that I consider friends, and they have supported me since I came back as part of the course, and they, as part of my course in 2020, that started in 2020, and why I've listed those companies, because they have shown that they are open to share data for leading research. And we are gathering, please get in touch with me. We are striving to extend this list. And what are our activities? Regulating financial innovation, world-class research, as I said, promotion of the sector, financial education and literacy. Just a few words. We already have courses developed for the public administration, blockchain applications in public blockchain applications in public administration. I developed this course, and it's online for free for the Bulgarian public administration since February. And we're planning to develop a course based on my courses on regulating financial innovation, where we'll have specific modules on innovation hubs and sandboxes, and we'll have guest lecturers from the fintech sector and European institutions. World-class research. Again, a few words because we are running out of time. The main goals of the center is to coordinate and conduct high-impact world-class research based on data and cases from our region, with fintech data from our region, and to promote and support the sector. I already mentioned several times data, and that is the most valuable thing for academia, definitely, of course, for the fintech sector, but academia and business use data in different ways. In academia, we try to develop and test fundamental hypotheses, and in business, they're used in their daily operations, and I can say that they are pretty much underused. And the most valuable thing for academic researcher, we have to pay for such data, usually for public data sets and so forth. And in the US, they have budgets, million. Every professor has $1 or $2 million budgets for such data. But there is history. For instance, the Bundesbank is providing such data for free. And there is history. There are at least 5 top 3 publications in finance and economics with Bundesbank data every year. And so our goal is to publish in top 10 journals in economics and finance. And why I'm confident that we'll do it, because we are already doing it. So once you get to that level, you try to publish at that level as well. And there will be joint research projects with US Ivy League and top European universities, scientific conferences to promote results with the data, PhD seminars, workshops. And what is it for the business? We are striving for two-way interaction with the participating companies that share data. So they will be consulted by world-class researchers, that's for sure. They'll have early access to results and analysis. And of course, researchers will actively promote the results with the data from those companies. And there will be, of course, confidentiality agreements. That's pretty well established in Western academia. And that will be the main goal of this center. Financial education, we already mentioned, we're doing this, starting from the Sofia universities, then we expanded to other universities. We are shifting to, we're expanding to regulators and high schools with ad hoc promotion of the sector. Financial literacy, I already mentioned what we do, so the summary. The Center for Digital Finance will facilitate the next step in the evolution of the digital finance sector in the region. Why I say this? Because it's important at some level when the sector is mature enough to grow on evidence, so evidence-based growth of the sector. So there should be interaction between researchers and entrepreneurs. The sector will engage in financial education, world-class research, policy research, promotion of the whole cluster. And I told you, most of the things we already do. I wanted to put this in a structure to see where we can expand, where we can work further, in which sections. Our next steps are, I'll have research visits at the University of Saarland and at Goethe University Frankfurt to promote the cluster and to discuss projects. That will be in February or March. We'll have the hackathon for third time in a row in March or early April 2023. We're planning to have this course for regulators in the first half of 2023. We'll start, I hope we'll set it up by then. And in June 2023, there will be a high-level academic conference in Bulgaria by the Global Society of Experimental Finance. So top researchers from Ivy League universities will come to the Sofia University, and a centerpiece will be promotion of the fintech sector, and hopefully there will be new projects. So I look forward to seeing you again in June at our faculty. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Dejan. Really an insightful presentation of the center that we are now about to launch. And it's officially a call to all of you guys who would like to be in some way active within this center. It's a call for proposals, let's put it this way, you open it to the private sector, but also to the public sector with all of the regulators and so on. If you're just a normal part of the society, a person who is just interested and a fintech savvy person, let's say, and you're really interested in the promotion of fintech, you're also welcomed. Just reach out to us and we will find a way to work together. And hopefully we'll have the so needed attention from regulators as well. And when talking about public sector, we have to move forward with our panels, with our conference. Thank you so much, Dejan, for everything. We'll discuss further everything about the center in detail and so on and so forth in the next couple of weeks. So stay put, all of you guys, to really find out more about the center. Now we're moving over once again to Brussels, where is our keynote speaker. We have Cristiana Vovidou on Zoom from Brussels. Cristiana, can you hear me?
Yes, hello, Georgi.
Hello. Yes, just a quick introduction from my side. Once again, we have the European Commission talking about regulation within our report. Actually, this year around, we have 3 huge articles coming from the European Commission. So make sure that you go through them in the report. And now we have Cristiana Vovidou, who will be the keynote and introductory speech of the MiCA regulation, or the crypto regulation in Europe. Cristiana, over to you.
Yes, thank you. I would like to thank the organizers of this event for the opportunity to talk to you about the European Commission's plans on fintech regulation. What we always say in FISMA is that the future of finance is digital, and supporting the uptake of new technologies in finance should be the global priority. So in the EU, we try to lead by example. Our new regulation on crypto asset, the markets in crypto assets regulation, we hope will advance Europe's position as a global hub for digital investment and innovation. The markets in crypto assets regulation, in short called MiCA, is one of the first comprehensive frameworks to regulate crypto asset issuers and crypto asset service providers, and could become the global baseline when it comes to capital and other requirements for crypto assets. The regulation is quite comprehensive. It covers the authorization of crypto asset service providers. It distinguishes between different categories of crypto assets, their issuers, and their rights and obligations. And is expected to be published in spring 2023, and will enter into application a few months later. What the regulation also tries to address is some of the environmental concerns expressed during the negotiations with the Parliament and the European Council, concerning in particular the increasing energy needs of DLT, and notably for certain crypto assets. And the regulation provides for a number of environmentally related disclosures that will need to be made towards potential investors, both by crypto asset issuers and crypto asset service providers. Crypto asset issuers will do that in the white paper they will produce for each crypto asset they intend to issue. And the crypto asset service providers will need to provide such information in relation to the services they will be providing. And ESMA, in cooperation with the European Banking Authority, will develop regulatory technical standards to further specify the content of these disclosures. The one thing the MiCA does not address for the time being is decentralized finance, and this is for good reason. This is an area still in development. Its risks and vulnerabilities are monitored, but have not yet been fully addressed. So it was felt that it would be premature to include DeFi in the scope of MiCA. The Commission has commissioned a report on the possible regulation and supervision of DeFi, as well as launched a call for tender for a study on embedded supervision. The results of these reports and the tender will feed into the Commission's future work in this field and will be considered in the future review of the MiCA regulation. And one final thing I would like to raise is that any future fintech regulation will probably need to address also the issue of big techs and mixed activity groups entering the area of financial services. These relatively new business models are reshaping the global value chains, and they are entering finance as well. We need to ensure that our existing financial services legislation remains fit for purpose, and probably ultimately these technology firms providing financial services will have to face the same prudential rules and supervision as traditional regulated entities. So for this reason, the Commission is in close cooperation with the European supervisory authorities in identifying if there are any regulatory gaps, and will take action if necessary in the near future. Thank you all.
Christiana. Now moving back to Sofia, and once again a thank you to the European Commission for all the supports, and we are looking forward to working together after New Year's celebrations. Now back here to Bulgaria, where we have discussed in a panel discussion the regulation that had just been mentioned, the crypto one, but not only. So I'm now here joined with our distinguished guests, experts in law, and I'd like to quickly, or try to quickly introduce them. First thing first, the lady Bianca Veleva. She's a lawyer with more than 12 years of experience in over 200 jurisdictions. She has expertise in a variety of legal areas, such as the data protection, corporate and commercial law, construction law, taxation and customs, financial and banking law. As a crypto and blockchain enthusiast, today Bianca is the head of legal and regulatory compliance at Nexo, the world's leading regulated digital assets institution, where she faces the legal challenges of the blockchain industry on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca, for being here. Then we have our distinguished guest, Arsen Apostolov. Mr. Apostolov practices in the areas of corporate and commercial law, banking and finance law, M&A, civil procedure and litigation. He is one of the Penkov Markov and Partners leading experts in the field of prevention and measures against money laundering and terrorist financing. As part of Penkov Markov and Partners, Mr. Apostolov has been involved in specialized working groups on matters of commercial contract law, banking and financial law, local and cross-border M&As, and civil procedure. He has genuine interest in crypto and its regulation around the globe. In specific, he is the BFA's expert in MiCA and all crypto-related topics within Europe. Thank you, Sen, for being here. Svetoslav Dimitrov is our last guest on the panel discussion today. He's an experienced lawyer with experience as managing partner of one of the biggest Bulgarian law firms, Penkov Markov and Partners. He has as well an extensive experience as litigator, especially in the area of IT, TMT, and fintech. He's currently one of the partners at INIMO and the Paynetics Group, as well as the secretary and board of directors member of Bulgarian Fintech Association. Thank you all for being here, and I would like to start first with Bianca. Could you please tell us really as a summary on the crypto regulation that we are about to see coming from Europe? What is it all about?
From Europe? Okay, first MiCA, the long-awaited regulation on the cryptocurrency markets. Then we are also waiting for the level 2 legislation of the European Union related to these delegated acts on the implementation of MiCA. Of course, there are topics that fall outside of the regulation under MiCA that need to be regulated. These are DeFis, NFTs, also staking and lending. Some of the European jurisdictions are starting to think about these issues and to include them in their legislation or try to associate some legislation existing with them or to develop some new legislation. So more or less these are the things that are expected. Also in the field of AML, the transfer of funds regulation and the developments that are related to the so-called travel rule. Also, the European Union intends to create an authority, AML authority, which will coordinate the supervisory authorities at national level and will Thus, it has the development and the coordination and all the things that happen within the ML field. More or less, that's things that will happen in the near future.
All right. Just to try to simplify it a bit, are we talking about regulation? This is a question over to Sen, that will affect in some way Bitcoin and Ethereum, the most popular cryptos out there?
Yes, I would say yes. They are not specifically regulated in MiCA. There are basically, let's put it this way, 3 types of tokens that are regulated in MiCA, and they are part of the more general concept of crypto assets. Actually, this concept of crypto asset and these 3 types of tokens, I would say I see this as a huge breakthrough in all this regulatory, framework, providing and having the capacity to provide, additional guarantees for investors. Speaking about these 3 types of tokens, we have e-money tokens, which is basically the equivalent of stablecoin. We have asset reference tokens, and we have utility tokens. They are all part of crypto assets, the crypto asset concept, but the crypto asset concept is basically broader than those 3. The Ethereum, the Bitcoin, they could also fall under the scope of this concept.
All right. Now a question over to Svetoslav, because we are talking about MiCA's regulation, meaning that it will be put and transposed to the Bulgarian law, straight to the Bulgarian law. How this will affect the Bulgarian crypto space, having just a quick overview about the space that we have. We have a couple of really good examples of crypto platforms. Of course, on the first place is Nexo, our dear friends, part of the Bulgarian Fintech Association. But we also have Crypto.com here in Bulgaria. We have Exchange.bg and so on and so forth, who produced about 60 million in revenue last year. So from your experience, Svetoslav, what do you think, what will be the impact on them if something happens, if we have a regulation?
When you say Bulgaria, crypto in Bulgaria, actually it's crypto in the world. It doesn't matter that it's based on Bulgaria. It's a matter of whether it operates and whether the clients are. So knowing that and knowing what you show in the report, that the Bulgarian companies, blockchain companies, they actually operate around the world in the legislations, in more than 200 legislation as far as I know. It's clear that the operations in Bulgaria, they are going to be affected directly. As colleagues said, as you said, this is a regulation. If it is a regulation, there is a direct implication on the Bulgarian market, and it's not necessary some special legal measures to be taken in order that legal act to become effective in Bulgaria. So all the rules should be followed. What I would like to go step back, saying that MiCA actually is, what I see in MiCA is this is the first step, and it's more or less regulation of the basics of the blockchain crypto world and actually crypto assets. And what I expect is to see much more detailed regulation in some of the spheres as a next step. Again, this is a way, this is attempt, first attempt that regulation to be implemented, such a regulation to be implemented European-wide, and it's very important to see the results. The results will come at least 3 to 4 years after the implementation. So the next wave I'm expecting after that period, and then we will see much detailed regulation, because in MiCA I don't see really detailed. There are many details, there are many areas which are detailed, but they are mostly related to the real world, where crypto affect the real world and financial real world operations, then it is regulated. It's regulated in MiCA. What I'm trying to say is that the next step is going to be more crypto, not so real world fintech, real world financial touching points, but also crypto regulation in the next wave.
Okay, just to clear out something, you mentioned, Bianca, about travel rule. Could you please elaborate a bit more? And what is your take about the impact of MiCA regulation, specifically for your company as an industry, part of the industry?
Okay, as regards the travel rule, it is related to the recommendation of the Financial Action Task Force, and it focuses on the information that is accompanying the transfer of funds related to the originator and to the beneficiary of these funds. A large volume of information should be gathered and shared. That is not typical for this sector, for this field, and this is really important and should be taken into consideration and implemented as soon as possible. Some of the member states are starting to implement this and introduce legislation that is related to the travel rule in order to be ahead of the transfer of funds regulation and the relevant legislation. As regards Nexo, since the first endeavors around MiCA and the digital finance package of the EU, Nexo has allocated the necessary resources to handle the situation and to ensure the necessary compliance. On one hand, Nexo is pursuing and also has secured registrations in some of the member states in order to face this fragmented regulatory regime in the EU, and on the other hand is preparing for MiCA and is monitoring the changes that are going to enter into effect and application and be implemented. So this is a complex, holistic strategy in order to ensure compliance and be ready for the MiCA legislation.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to put a bit more context on the regulatory framework here in Bulgaria. Could you please elaborate what is the regulatory framework here in Bulgaria? Can we say that it is a competitive one to the rest of the Europe? It's a question over to Asen.
Actually, in the last 2 years, maybe, I have had the chance to work on various, let's say, crypto-related projects in view exactly of the Bulgarian legal framework. I guess I won't surprise anyone saying that Bulgaria does not have a comprehensive legal framework in the crypto sphere. And again, unsurprisingly, maybe this, as a result, causes some challenges for the companies trying to operate in Bulgaria due to the simple fact that it leads to legal uncertainty. And as we know, legal uncertainty is not the best prerequisite for a company to operate in a certain environment. So from a purely legal perspective, speaking about Bulgaria, I would say that very interesting analogies could be made with some standard conventional financial products, financial instruments, and the legal framework applying to those, and some crypto assets and crypto-related products. Saying this, in my opinion, such analogies should be made really carefully and only to a certain extent, due to the fact that obviously the crypto products and services, or at least some of them, are really unique in nature. Just to give probably an example here, the trading in Bitcoin is not regulated. However, the trading with Bitcoin futures could well be considered a regulated service. And actually, as far as I'm aware, there was a kind of an opinion of one of the Bulgarian regulators issued some years ago exactly on this topic. So we do not have a comprehensive legal framework, but I would say that probably some legal spheres are, in a way, one step ahead in terms of contacts, if I may say so, with crypto. I can think here of probably some tax rules, obviously concerning profits generated through crypto trading, and something else, of course, the AML regulations. I'm very much engaged in this field, so I have some background. Generally, these AML regulations in view of Bulgaria concern obligations for conduct of know your customer procedures, customer due diligence, and so on. As to your question, in a more broader context about the EU, I would say that, again, obviously, we're probably a few steps behind by some countries. The first one I can think of is probably Malta. Malta, even in 2018, had a comprehensive legal framework on a variety of crypto topics. I had the chance to work in 2018 on a project for issuance of tokens in Malta. At the time, it was like newly adopted, recently adopted legislation. I was just fascinated to see how far they have go, with this. Of course, there are some other good examples in Europe. I can think of Portugal, France, and so on. My impression in terms of speaking about Bulgaria is that we're waiting basically for MiCA to come into force, and I think that no other steps will be undertaken before that, to be honest.
Right. So, Bianca, over to you just for a quick question, because Arsene has already mentioned it. What is the situation like in Europe when talking about crypto regulation?
Okay, in Europe, all jurisdictions have followed a different approach from regulation that is strict, like Malta, and is to some extent exhaustive, to the bare minimum, like Bulgaria and Poland, for example. In these countries, there are only registration with the tax authority. That is within 2 weeks or something like that. Malta's legislation is related to MiFID, and in this sense is very close to MiCA, and even there are rules that are stricter than those of MiCA, so it will be easier for Malta to comply with MiCA than the other jurisdictions. It differs. For example, France has introduced 2 types of authorizations: mandatory registration, which covers exchange, wallet services, trading platforms, and there is also an optional license, which is very close to MiCA, and it is expected that when MiCA enters into application, there will be no need of resubmission of the documents for the optional license in order to be authorized under MiCA. So it differs. It depends on the situation and on the country. And of course, Bulgaria is waiting for the regulation in order to take any further steps.
All right. Yeah, it's not really nice to hear it, but we are lagging behind some of our neighbors, and namely here the most developed one in the European Union. And now I move back to Bulgaria with a question over to Svetoslav. If we are talking about the other countries, let's say the UK, the most advanced one in fintech, or Germany, they have one specific regulator. And here in Bulgaria, we have 2 for the banking and non-banking sector. And with the case with crypto assets, don't we have some kind of a clash? Who is going to be the regulator?
Please allow me first to go back to the question of my 2 colleagues here. Actually, we are focusing all the discussion into the crypto, but crypto is not something which is outside the world of the fintech. When you say fintech regulation, you should consider the full spectrum on the fintech regulation, and crypto is part of it, and is based on the rest of the fintech regulation, which is based on the usual financial regulation worldwide. So talking about fintech, in general, Bulgaria actually is one of the usual examples in Europe when you say fintech regulation in general. When you focus on the crypto, then you're fully right. But actually the situation is, and now I'm coming to your question, the situation is more like that in most of the countries in EU. We are not the bad example, we cannot be, of course, the best example, but considering fintech in general, we are fully all right, we are compliant, we follow all the rules, and the business here operates as it operates everywhere in Europe. Yes, there are more advanced countries attracting fintech, not like in Bulgaria, But talking about regulation is more or less the same. Crypto is totally different thing. And now I'm going back to our two authorities. This is a model which was accepted many years ago in Bulgaria, and since that time it's like that. Yeah, most probably it will create collisions, but going back again to fintech and out of the fintech in the financial world, we see that in Bulgaria that model operates for 30 years. I actually cannot say that there were huge collapses between these two regulators, and the market operates normally. What I see in crypto is that such type of collisions would be much, much stronger because the crypto is really crossing through the areas of financial world with no borders, which will create a huge problems in our two regulators. And this is something which could be envisaged now and could be done. Of course, we've got our ideas and could be done on the level of the regulators. Creating a joint expertise is the most important thing. I cannot say merging these two regulators. I'm just talking about creating the common knowledge. And this could solve most of the problems which could appear because of the what crypto is.
All right, understood. So, what do you think? What will be the close future then for Bulgarian regulators? Are they going to comply easily to the regulation that is coming just in 2024?
Honestly, I see Financial Supervision Commission immediately affected, so they should take a lot of steps in order to follow what MiCA expects. I do not see our national bank really active, and I do not expect them, at least what I see they are doing so many years. But the near future is, my expectation in the near future from the regulatory point of view is Financial Supervision Authority actively participating in that world, and our national bank not so actively. And what I expect is all the players on the market to push through the society, through us as associations and many other associations, to push the regulators to do their job faster, much faster. For that, they need knowledge. And people, of course, but the most important thing is knowledge.
Okay, I'll keep this knowledge just for a bit later when we'll be talking about fintech education in a whole panel, but also in the very end of our panel here about the regulation and what is the role of education. And education, not only the civil society, but also regulators. Okay. Once again, going back and here a question over to Asen. What do you think is just pretty much the same question? What do you think, how the Bulgarian regulators will get this MiCA regulation just coming in 2024?
Well, in a way, I will probably refer to what Svetoslav said. Frankly speaking, I'm not sure that either of them is quite interested to take, the main role in this. Of course, there is the option where one of them takes part of the role, the other one other part. But we'll see, of course, how it goes. It's interesting because if you think of different types of crypto products, probably some of them are more related to the banking part of the ecosystem. Others are more related to, let's say, the financial instruments parts. So the FSC and the BNB obviously one of them will have to take this role. Speaking about, of course, regulations, MiCA obviously is a regulation, and how it will be applied. In my eyes, this is definitely an advantage, the fact that we're speaking about a regulation, but not a directive, due to the fact that obviously it will apply directly and it will apply more or less in the same manner in all member states. This, of course, could help, for the practice of the different authorities, more or less to be one and the same. This is not the case with directives. We have examples in recent years in this regard. we mentioned it a couple of times, anti-money laundering directives. I have seen variety of practices in the different member states on the application of this regime, which always leads to differences in the application, the implementation of the requirements, and this is again results in legal uncertainty.
And one more important thing is that we're talking about MiCA. MiCA is the European thing. The same thing happened in the anti-money laundering regulations, and we see collisions between the European regulation and other levels of the anti-money laundering regulations, which are worldwide. These collisions are not so huge, but in some areas they create huge problems for the Europeanly based companies. The same like most of our electronic money institutions in Bulgaria. So in that area, I expect the same. So we've got the international rules. They're a little bit different and slightly collision with the European rules. And then we've got national legislation, which is a little bit different than the European and a little bit different than the international. And then it creates a huge problem. With MiCA, maybe one of these levels would be removed, but we will see.
Right. Now we're moving over to Bianca with a question about the positives behind really taking the lead of regulating a space, an ecosystem, regulating the crypto ecosystem. Because you mentioned France, Malta, I'll mention here the UK, who just did a workshop on crypto regulation, and they simply asked the civil society, namely here, of course, the industry, what they would like to see. But if we're going back to us, to Bulgaria, if we try to get some of this experience over here to our home country, what could be the main benefits if we have an active regulator in the application of MiCA? In crypto, and not only, but...
Okay, first, when there is regulation, it creates legal certainty and stability as a whole, and also consumers and investors are protected, which is not the case when there is no regulation. This also fosters innovation and competition among market players. What is really important here is that all stakeholders, including lawmakers, regulators, businesses, are involved in the process, and there is an active dialogue between them. The main problem with the regulation of crypto industry is that it is moving really not as fast as it's needed. The crypto industry is moving at a very fast pace, and even in case of a regulation, if it does not follow the industry, it may become outdated and may stifle innovation. That is one of the problems here. But we need really proactive interest of lawmakers, of regulators in this field in order to ensure that the field is regulated and compliance is ensured.
Yeah, I can imagine we can all agree on the importance of legal certainty. And I'd like now to go a step further, or just a step to the left of crypto, let's say, and talk about fintech regulation as a whole. And this main problem here that whenever you apply and you create a regulation, it's already too late. The technology is just moving with some other speed. Can we really change this in some way? Svetslav, a question to you.
We are pushing to that direction very hard since many years, and this could be changed only by changing the mentality of our regulators. Mentality of the leaders, of the regulators, and again, I would say much more people, much more educated and knowledgeable people in that regulators in order to receive what we want. We want really fast and precise proactive approach of the regulators when we apply for something. Even if you take UK as example, because this is maybe the best example in Europe, if you take UK, they are proactive, fully proactive. Even they push the businesses sometimes to give them idea what they want, how to do it, whether to do it. This is something which we don't see in Bulgaria. What my experience shows that not only in Bulgaria, but because we are local, we are Bulgarians, we want Bulgaria to be the best place in, at least on the Balkans. We want the same. We want proactive regulators, we want open people, open-minded people who would like to listen and to implement what we want, to help us to implement what we want, following the regulations, of course. This is what is necessary. Maybe many other things, but this is the most important. And that's why we from a Bulgarian Fintech Association talking about innovative hubs, we talk about many things since many years, and we will continue to do that. So we will continue pushing in that direction.
All right. Just about, that's why I asked this question. It's not just out of space and just a philosophical one that I just posted to you, Svetoslav. It's all about having a regulator that is proactive. Can we do this, and can we switch a not so active regulator to a proactive one with, let's say, the so-called innovation infrastructure, with the innovation facilitators, with innovation hubs, regulatory sandboxes, and so on?
Everything comes from the will, and talking about regulatory will, it should come a little bit behind, maybe political, I don't know exactly, but the society works like that. That's why I say political will. And sometimes the political will comes after some results are shown, financial results are shown from the sectors. We see our financial results on the fintech sector in Bulgaria. They are growing, so they will continue to grow if they don't stop us. I do not expect they to do so. When I say they, these are all these people, regulators and politics, who should help us. So I do not expect them to stop us. So if they want to see more results, which is better for them, they should help us. The best way to help us is to be open-minded and to allow us to help them to create innovative infrastructure. If they have that infrastructure, they would be in a position to help us. And if we are helped, we would be much better. This is the simplest thing in the world, which we see in UK, Estonia, Latvia, Malta, France, Portugal, I don't know really, but we see it in this country.
All right. Just the same question over to you, sir.
Yeah, I was thinking in a bit more, maybe broader context, but again, in connection with what Svetoslav already said. Obviously, Bulgaria has been trying to, in a way, locate itself as a fintech hub in Eastern Europe. I would like at least to make the next step and say, why don't we be the crypto hub on the Balkans, and why not in Eastern Europe? Obviously, this would require the efforts of the whole ecosystem, and as part of this ecosystem are obviously the legislator, for example, when implementing MiCA, and obviously the national authorities. I would say that from my practice, I have identified, let's put it this way, a deficiency, and this deficiency is exactly related to the activeness of the national authorities. We're usually missing type of instructions, guidelines, etc., documents which can help us apply the law when there is kind of ambiguity in it, and this is not a rare case. And another topic which was mentioned today several times, and it's one of my favorite topics, I always bring it, about the innovation hubs and the regulatory sandboxes. These facilitators, I see them as a fantastic tool for businesses to develop, to test their projects. We had such initiatives. Today we mentioned the Innovation Hub of the Financial Supervision Commission. A few years ago, as far as I remember, we had this initiative from the Ministry of Finance, the RegTech Sandbox. I think that the pandemic came and it was kind of put on standby, maybe. But if we aim to make Bulgaria a fintech hub in Eastern Europe, and why not crypto? I think that these facilitators are, definitely something that we should invest in.
Can I
Alright.
take you
Yes.
in a row and ask her, what is your experience in the markets where you've got proactive regulators? How do you feel when you apply to be regulated?
Okay, I can give an example with the UK. In fact, at the very beginning, in maybe 3 years ago, we approached the UK regulator and they told us, we don't know what to do with this crypto. We don't feel comfortable with it. We don't know what to do. But this has changed since then. So this proactive approach is really necessary when you have to receive guidelines, instructions. You have to receive the opinion of the authorities on how to proceed. When the authority listens to what business needs in order to proceed further, in order to prevent stifling of innovation. So this is really important and necessary, this productive dialogue between regulators and businesses.
All right, great. I just want to now open this awful topic about changing mindsets. Namely here, we'll be talking now in the last 10 minutes of this panel about education. What is really the role of education when talking about regulation? Can we somehow change the mindsets through regulation? Can we use these two of master degree programs, short courses, and so on and so forth, in really changing the mindset in order to have something what we see now, something similar to what we see in the UK or somewhere else in Europe?
If you're asking me, then the question is, the answer is really clear. This is one of the pillars of the Bulgarian Fintech Association. This is how we see it, and even from what we know, 2 or 3 years already making that courses and master degrees, we see that we see experts from all the authorities coming to be educated. These are mostly young people, professionals, who came and get what we could give them. This is the best thing which we see, and this is the way how it's going to be done in the long run. If we should do something now, we should, talking about mindset, we should start on a different, not we, because we are not the parliament, but the parliament should consider it as an important topic and try to find the people with open mindset, making them people leading the regulators, and then this will happen. Otherwise, education of the experts will lead to what we want, but this will take time. This is what we see. But there is no other way. This is how it's going to happen.
All right, I'll send over to you with the very same question about changing the mindsets through education.
As again Svetoslav said, it should be one of the pillars. It's like a milestone topic, and I can put here maybe two perspectives. The first one is the education of the authorities. Obviously, in order to apply a regulatory framework, you should have the whole picture of it. In order to issue a guideline, again, you have to be in the very detail of all that's happening. And probably the second direction I can think of is, of course, on the level of society. All the things you guys are doing with all the faculties in universities, etc. At Bank of Markov a few years ago, we had such an initiative. Actually, it was related to, let's say, the non-banking field, microloans, and such type of topics, where obviously the education is paramount, if I may say so, because usually consumers are, let's say, not very much aware of the contracts they're signing and what type of obligations they're basically bearing after signing such a document. And I know, of course, about other associations in Bulgaria which are very active in this educational field, and it should definitely be a priority also on the level of the authorities, but also on the level of the private sector.
Okay. Now, the same question once again about education and your take on it, Bianca. And if you can just elaborate a bit more about your initiative called Future, code future. And the way you as an industry leader really helping Bulgarian professors, teachers actually?
I am. Of course, education is really important in such technology-driven sectors like fintech, crypto, etc. As I said, these sectors are moving very fast, and in order to be understood, to be regulated, to be handled, education is really needed. Even courses, university degrees, etc. Education is always important for consumers, not only for people who are involved in technology and have some leading roles. And this is some of the main purposes of MICA, to educate consumers in order to understand the services they are using. So all of us have to be well prepared to face the new environment, the new technology-driven sectors in the best way possible. This is really important.
All right, great. Now I want to stress in specific on this role, not only of the public sector, that the public sector has to be educated, but also that the private sector, they have to be educated, the industry itself, and last but not least, themselves as industry leaders, they have to invest heavily without even finding the return on investments when investing in education. In that sense, and in that way, to open the market, the fintech market, for the civil society and so on and so forth. I just want to work here in the panel a bit on this. What is the role of the private sector when talking about education?
Bulgaria is a very good example, actually, of what the private sector do in the education. And our sector, based on the computer sciences, is the best, actually, example. We produce our people ourselves. We teach them from the very beginning in technical way. And all the campaigns which you see about fintech, they come from the campaigns, public campaigns, I mean, they come from the private sector. I haven't seen a public campaign coming from public sector in Bulgaria. So knowing that, I believe that the private sector is far ahead in Bulgaria, in the area of fintech, is far ahead. And we do our best to educate not only our employees and to create them, because we create our employees actually, but also the society. We've got, I know people from the association, companies from the association, they do courses in the schools. So they show the young children how to deal with all the financial, technical and financial instruments that they've got on the market. It's not so popular, but there are companies like that. There are open doors policies of many of the companies where, again, people from the school or either on university or even academia people could go and to check on place. Knowing that, I could say that the private sector in Bulgaria is really advanced in the area of fintech education, not only employee education, but also the society education. And we are doing a lot. Of course, we can do and we will proceed doing it. But that's it.
Right. So we are on the right track, I would say.
For sure. I also believe that because we behave like that, Bulgarians, we are a step ahead compared to our neighbors on the Balkans. For sure, we are the leaders, and we can see that going to European initiatives. We see that even in the European EDFA, European Digital Finance Association, where our Bulgarian Fintech Association is the leader of the educational group, and we really pushing through EDFA to European Commission for all type of initiatives in that area. So yes, we are ahead.
All right. It's really nice to hear it, and we'll continue working on this matter for sure. Just because we are ahead of time, just a few final words from your side. And of course, you can just talk a bit about education if you want to finish off with it. I'll send over to you and Bianca.
Okay, about my last words about education are related to the role of the business, as you mentioned, because everything in fintech, almost everything, happens in the practice in business. So businesses devote efforts to share their knowledge and to educate the other participants, market participants, and also the society as a whole. And that's also our mission with this code future, as you mentioned. And about regulations, they're really important to us. They create legal certainty and financial stability, but there should be a productive dialogue between regulators, lawmakers, and businesses in order to enable that everything happens at the pace that is needed for this technology.
All right.
We've been discussing, that fintechs are always one step ahead in terms of education, in terms of innovation, digitalization, and I, of course, fully agree with this. The regulation is always one step back. Saying this, in my opinion, it works both ways, meaning that the innovation, digitalization, could be like a driving force for regulation to develop. And at the end of the day, fintechs will. That's why they are fintechs. They are always one step ahead, and they'll always adapt to what we have as a legal framework.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for the wise words in the end and throughout the whole panel. I really appreciate that you guys joined and that we had you on stage. Such nice and really insightful, hopefully, panel discussion. We will be moving forward to a quick and relatively short break. Just to catch a breath, and we move forward to the second panel discussion with fintech education. So once again, over to you guys. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your time and effort today, and I hope I'll see you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good to go. Okay. Shh. Oh. So, all right, thank you all for being back. We're now moving forward with the second panel discussion, this time around on education. We did a pretty good introductory, I would say, introduction to this panel on the previous panel. But I want to start with presenting you who do we have here? What are the experts that we now, and today we have on this FinTech education panel? And I'll start, of course, from the lady. We have Professor Daniela Bobeva, currently a professor in personal finance at Wuzov University, Varna Economic University. Correct me if I'm mistaking the
Plovdiv University.
Plovdiv University, all right.
Free Varna University.
And others, I
5.
would say. Okay, 5. Nice. That's an astonishing number, I would say. A huge expert, a former Bulgarian deputy prime minister. She has served in several cabinet level positions, including Minister of Trade and Economic Cooperation, as well as the Foreign Investment Agency. She was vice president in the Bank C Trade and Development Bank, and served for a decade as the head of international division of the Bulgarian National Bank.
13 years in the central bank.
Nice. All right. Then once again we have Associate Professor Dejan Radev. I just want to mention once again briefly about his background with 15 years of experience in Goethe University, Frankfurt, University of Bonn, and the European Central Bank. He received Germany's Best PhD Dissertation Prize in Capital Markets in 2014 for his work on systemic risk assessment, which actually these systemic risk indicators that he created are in daily operation use at the European Central Bank. He's, and I could now announce it once again, he's the director of the CEE Digital Center for Digital Finance. And last but not least by importance, we have the industry representative, Vasily Piatidis, who is the marketing specialist at Streamflow. He and his company are really very active within our ecosystem and in the field of fintech education. They always contribute to the association's education initiatives. Namely, the last one was a fintech career day at the Sofia University, St. Clement Ohridsky. He's genuinely interested in education, obviously, and I'm really looking forward to see what is his perspective as being part of the industry. So with this relatively quick introduction of you guys, I want to first start with Daniela Bobeva, Professor Daniela Bobeva. Just because you were here in our audience listening to the previous panel, what is your take on it? What do you think about what the others just said? And is this really applicable coming from academic perspective?
Let me first of all thank you very much for the invitation, and I admire the energy, the courage and enthusiasm of Georgi in doing all these things, and I really think he's a treasure for FinTech Association and for ourselves. He's always capable to generate our enthusiasm also, so thank you very much for doing all this and getting us together. So you shouldn't ask me this question because I don't like regulations. And I think that in financial services, freedom is the main asset. And the fact you show all these graphs, they come without regulation. So do you expect that all these graphs will go upper if we start regulating. Although most of the fintech services which are related with payment services are regulated now, as we know. So what remained not to be regulated is a very small space, and we shouldn't squeeze it. So, but if we are going to regulate in the European Union, and particularly in Bulgaria, so we'll need a lot of additional education for us. One of the major topics to teach is to explain why we need this regulation, what kind of problems these regulations will resolve. Second, we have to get them through the text of those regulations because they're extremely complicated and they are not clear stuff. So, the students need a lot of energy to spend on understanding them. And this is not only for the upcoming regulation in cryptocurrencies, it is the legal tradition of the European Union to have very big regulative documents and quite different from our legal framework here. So it's difficult to explain. Definitely, we'll need more and more teaching for the new rules of the game in several areas. And we have to try to provide the synergy between the real practice in Bulgaria and the new regulations. I don't like between directives and regulations. I would prefer directives because regulation is applied everywhere in the same way, but we have different financial systems in each and every country, so the way to adjust is the directive. So there is a big debate on this, but Bulgarian financial market is different from the UK market, so putting this, one size doesn't fit all. So that's in my view.
All right, thank you so much. Now, I don't want to really get into this controversy whether regulation is needed or not, because obviously here in the panel we have from one side a person, a former Bulgarian National Bank just employee, part of the Bulgarian National Bank, and then we have an expert in systemic risk here in the panel, namely Dejan. I will leave this controversy for another panel, and would like to work on a bit on the role of the academy within regulation, and how could the academy change the regulations somehow? Is that even possible, Dejan?
So it is possible, and it is being done, because even at really the level of working groups at ministries and the parliament, where you evaluate, where you introduce new regulation, you have to show the impact on the economy. So there is some analysis, hopefully rigorous academic analysis, and at least in my field of research, that is the main goal, to evaluate the effect of reforms. I'm doing research not only on fintech, but also on bank regulation. And there it's not that much to suggest new reforms or how to change the letter of the law, but to evaluate with rigorous methods whether what the regulators, the authorities have envisaged really happen. And this is where business data, where institutional data comes into place from many countries, and is especially useful for countries that are planning to introduce some regulation. And the main goal is, okay, I mentioned to evaluate the impact, but it's very difficult to put a figure on. This will reduce the revenue of companies with exactly that much, so we shouldn't have that strict regulation. It should be a bit laxer. It is very difficult to fine-tune that much academic research to answer those questions. Right now, the international research community on banking regulation is trying to find whether regulation actually leads to improvement, or if it doesn't, what part of the regulation should be abolished. So splitting the what Professor Bobova said, the sub-reforms in the laws, and this is actually one of my papers on systemic risk. We're looking how bank resolution reforms around the globe, what their effect is on systemic risk in the global banking system. And there we actually split here. I don't see many of my students, but I always mention the Bank Recovery and Resolution Directive. This directive became operational in the EU in 2015. And then everyone had to implement it with some gratis period, what Professor Bobova said. So it is very difficult at that point in 2016 to evaluate the effect of this regulation, because everyone had to have it.
And because we didn't have so many bankruptcies of banks
Yes,
to check this.
Exactly. So what our approach is to look at measures of systemic risk, which became popular in the last 15 years. And what is important about all those banking regulations is that they don't come out of the blue. Usually some parts of those regulations are implemented in different countries at different point of time. Usually the US is the leading, as a financial market place, they're leading in the regulation, but they also don't implement all features. So what we use and what could be used is to check, we have the final text with sub-items. So which country has implemented some of those sub-items before the implementation? And then with this variation, you can detect the effect then on systemic risk. Because for some regulations, they are marketed that they have to improve financial stability. And actually, in my research, we show exactly the opposite, that the stricter, so that goes in favor of what Professor Bobova says, the stricter the regulation, the more negative the impact on systemic risk. It increases systemic risk. And it has different reasons why it does it, mainly because some of the regulations, they are targeted at individual bank insolvency, not at the global systemic level. But it is implied that if it improves the individual stability, it will improve the global stability for the system. But it's assumed, it's not tested, and that's what we test, and in this way. And this is how academic research could be used to evaluate reforms.
All right, understood. I don't want to really, once again, deep dive into this regulation topic, what is the balance between both of them. I do know that you, Vasily, you're positive or you would support what Professor Bobova just said. And if you want to just elaborate on this, you're more welcome to do it, but just only for a minute or two, because you already saw it takes a lot of time if we deep dive into this theme about no regulation or
yes, we have to go to the education.
Yes, education. That's right. So about the role of industry in the education, what is exactly do you find it, and in specific from your company's perspective, where are you situated when talking about education, and what is really your place when talking about fintech education?
I'm not going to dive into the regulation, but I'll say that regulations usually do more harm than good. And I'd say that we would know that if we were taught at the universities economic history. Starting from even recent events, the 2008 crisis, regulation that took place regarding the minorities getting approved loans, I would know that. It is important to know the mistake of the past, so we won't repeat them. So that is a thing that we should consider within the academia. I've never seen such courses, at least not in many universities and not many programs. This is important. Regarding the education, we've heard multiple times today the word ecosystem. Yes, the Bulgarian ecosystem is thriving, but without even discussing regulation, the biggest threat is the brain drain. And you know very well that everybody within the BFA is doing something for that, right? And I think it's time to do it within the academia in a form of a synergy. It is important to us. To better explain my thesis, there's a brain drain in Bulgaria, and we need people to work. And it is not financially viable for us companies paying thousands of leva or euros just to hire a person. Not for this person, but for an HR company. Not that we don't appreciate them, but this goes to show that there are not people in the market that can fill in the open job positions. And we would like, as well, I think Mr. Dimitrov said earlier, to produce our own people in Bulgaria. Even though I am not personally Bulgarian, even though most of the people in our company, they're not Bulgarians, we do want to work with Bulgarians, and we do need the Bulgarians within our business. That being said, we need to establish programs starting from bachelor's and master's that will accommodate the needs of the businesses. And not only they will boost and help this ecosystem to thrive, but at the same time are providing the students, which are the future candidates, job candidates, with what they need, the tools to get a better job, a higher paying job, and at the same time, they're not competitive only within the national level, but on a regional level. Because Europe is not international, it's regional. Europe is ours, right? This is my thesis. We need to offer courses specially curated for fintech companies, and what we're missing, I think, at the same time is more English programs. Because you know very well that if a person does not speak proper English, cannot participate within the panel, and certainly cannot follow the conversation we're having now. And not only that, but within this multinational environment that we're working, which is coming from the effect, which is the effect of globalization and capitalism, one needs to speak English to get a good paying job, and companies need people, employees, that speak English so they can communicate. This is important. So to me, there has to be a synergy between the academia and the private sector, namely fintech in our case, so we can produce our own people, and at the same time, programs in the English language. It is very important to us.
All right. Yeah, go ahead, Professor.
Perfect. This is what they're doing. So they get us professors in SOFA BFA and Sofia University, and we invite them to our courses, and we change our perception through this kind of fora. So we are trying to do exactly this, to get together the academia and Fintech Association and the companies. But we have several problems in our educational system. May I just point briefly?
Just briefly, please.
I introduced fintech 3 years ago in baccalaureate degree in Plovdiv University. This is a state-owned university. I'm head of the department there on economic sciences, because we have a lot of sciences there. In order to introduce a new subject like fintech, there is a big competition, because the number of students is squeezing, and each professor wants to defend his subject. So it is very hard, particularly in state-owned universities, to introduce something very new. So private universities, BFA, I'm coming from, they're more open to new subjects, but again, you have competition, what you are going to introduce. So first problem is to introduce this subject. The second problem is which level you should teach, because I think I'm the only one who is teaching fintech in earlier. Most of you teach in master's degree.
Also bachelor's this year.
And bachelor this year.
Yeah.
So I have more than 3 years experience with the bachelor degree. It depends very much when you start. So, and which subjects they have to be taught in order to start. So I'm teaching accounting and finance too. So these are 50, 60 people students in Plovdiv University. In the last grade, we are lost there. These people, because they pass through all this finance, all this risk perception, risk regulation, risk limitation. They don't have any appetite for risk. They don't trade with the cryptocurrency. They don't use fintech services. Among 40, 50 people, no one had a wallet, digital wallet. And there are people who are just exiting from the system. So why? Because the whole finance education is based on risk. Risk is something very bad. Let's control, let's put it in the corners. You know, fintech is something about freedom. It's about doing new stuff, not be limited. So it is too late, in my view, to teach fintech in the last grade. We have to start from the beginning. And it should be not just separated subject, it should be in all subjects related with finance and economics. Not only finance, also economics. So it is built on. From the experience of the master's degree, that's beautiful, because we have just started in Vuzafa the master's degree with the support of the Fintech Association, and my fellow colleague is also teaching there. So you have such a different society. By the way, 40 people, more than 40, which is big success for our area, economics and finance, to have so many students in this masters, and just newborn baby. So you have two types of people. One is students who graduated finance or something like finance. There are a few engineers who are coming just from the other side, who need to be educated in finance, because they do have already knowledge about the engineering part, but not about the finance. And we have from non-banking, some students who are working in non-banking financial institutions. So the good thing is that everybody feels they need to have education on fintech. What the students are interested most are the real things. How I could make it. Could I do new fintech service? Could I use new fintech service without big risk? And what they learn most is one of the experiment I do with them. I give them everyone to choose one Bulgarian fintech company from your list of members, and one of the top 50 in the world fintech companies. And to finish with this, just to tell one example, just the day before yesterday, last week, I had a student who was doing on Revolut. So he came and said in his presentation, Revolut is going to bankrupt. So, and he was right. I mean, he offered all the financial accounts for the last 6-7 years. So, no profit, just big loss. He took from the yellow pages that the father of one of the founder had problems with Zelensky and all this Ukrainian stuff, etc., etc. He said, in my view, they're going to bankrupt. So, which I like, not the fact what he said, but the way he started thinking. So you should look at those companies from all perspectives, including from the financials, from the yellow pages and everything. And this is very successful exercise to get to the real business of fintech companies, and they really like it. At the end, they start liking, and this provokes the appetite for risk, which I find a big, big problem for our education.
All right. Talking about risk, and this would be a quick question over to Dejan. Because in Bulgaria, we are really conservative about risk, just what Professor Bova said. But what is the role of education when talking about controlling risk? Whether better education, higher increased financial literacy could help us control risk, and could we actually do this on a macro level in whole Bulgaria or the region here?
Well, I think the only way to improve the participation in investing of the general population is through financial education and improving financial literacy. And here I do not fully agree that not talking at all about the risks is beneficial. And sometimes I notice in my courses that people are a bit disappointed that I'm not selling them fintech products. I'm a professor in fintech and I'm not selling fintech products. But I'd like to believe that I show a balanced picture. I explain the business model, how it works, how it makes money, and then mention all the risks usually that have materialized historically through the workings of companies using this business model. But I do agree that sometimes my students react like maybe for the first time somebody is talking to them about the risks of stuff, and they completely disengage. They think that this is a bad thing, and then they even ask me, okay, after the lectures, this a good model? Why did you have so many negative things? And my goal, as I said, it's to show the positive side. Usually there's the beauty of fintech that in most cases, the business model is very simple and how it makes money. It uses technology. It is, up to now, I haven't had difficulties explaining business models. But then you have to also know what the risks about those things. And my biggest issue with having no regulation is that you are left to, people use the word Wild West recently after the collapses of many exchanges on the crypto market. But you are left to the mercy of very greedy people. And you have to know the risks. And you have to do your own due diligence. And you cannot do it if you don't know what to look for. And that is my goal. And again, it's about finding the middle ground. Not to scare people off from financial products, because I want people to reap the fruits of investment, but still make them realize that returns don't come without risk. That's how it works in finance.
All right, and according to you and in your experience, Vasily, where is the middle ground when talking about risk and when talking about education? How do you teach youngsters, or even, why not, people that are already retired in fintech?
I cannot say exactly how you'll teach them, but I'll say that the fine line is basically the regulator. Everything goes back to the regulations, right? If a regulator decides that one industry is a risk industry, and the EMIs, for example, and EMDs should avoid this industry, that will be taught within universities. Eventually, one way or another, will find its way within the academia, and will create a bad impression, a bad image. I can go on examples about that, about markets that are considered by regulators risk markets, but they're not really. And let's say the adult industry. Why would that be a risk market? It's a simple transaction that takes place on a daily basis. I don't know anyone that does not consume adult, at least in the West world. Even in the Muslim countries, let's say, they still consume. Why would that be a risk industry? Nobody can explain that to me. Well, I can go on, but this is the case. Everything goes down to the regulator. And I think that the academia's place to explain to the youngsters, as you said, to the students, that not everything is black and white. And sometimes when we regulate, we create problems where they don't exist. But of course, like our colleague here, Jan said, we need some sort of regulation, but we need to be very careful on that. I do not like regulation, and I agree with Dr. Bobova here that it limits companies and it limits creativity, and what moves us forward is creativity, not rules. Rules are set for different reasons, and they limit creativity. So within the university, within the academia, we should teach that not everything is black and white, and of course, with initiatives such as those that BFA is promoting, we can also teach the general public that should not, even the pensioners, people, the old people, like the old timers, that fintech is not something to be afraid of. rather than something to be embraced of, because it makes more sense paying with the debit card rather than waiting in a line in the bank for 5 hours to get your salary, right? That is my opinion.
Yes, go ahead.
May I ask a question? Once in my life, I was in the casino in Thessaloniki. And I saw hundreds of old people coming by buses from all over Greece and playing on these machines, spending their pensions there. During nights and days, they were staying and playing there. So that's about risk. They know that the chance to win is very small. But even though they stay and spend, I'm sure they lost more money than they win, but they stay there. So taking risk of buying financial fintech product and all these services is something much better, much more secure. At least you are going to get something at the end. And we still put barrier that old people, they cannot do this. So why don't we put those people instead of the casino to put them in something fruitful, something very nice, because fintech produces GDP. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're saying that we should use the funds of all people to invest in fintech. This is what you're saying?
Yeah, why not?
Well, I personally cannot judge that. I cannot tell you that we should do or we should not do that. What I can say is that if someone likes to do something, then somebody most likely should be doing that, right? As long as it doesn't hurt anybody else. And that was, yes, we should heavily invest in fintech, but more cautiously and not like 2020 and 21, because Dr. Radev earlier said, he's like, I don't know why investments halted this year. Well, maybe Professor and Dr. Radev, it's because many fintech companies failed. And that is because there was reckless investment, not because we have a war in Ukraine. I don't think that the war in Ukraine is affecting the fintech market, not in any way. Not our market. I think our team at least can explain to you, can showcase that we have no fall in sales or in revenue from the war in Ukraine. If anything, it boosted things, but I don't think that this is the case. So it's reckless investment in companies that don't or should not be receiving funds. But yes, I strongly believe that we should invest with the fintech, because the fintech is the future. And if we invest in fintech companies rather than regulation, we will shape the future the way we want it and the way we like it. That is my thesis here again.
Okay, and just to steer back to once again to the education part, what's all about the Center of Digital Finance, and how exactly could it help? Can we really replicate something that we see in the UK here in Bulgaria? Of course, that's a question over to Dr. Radev.
So we myself, Georgi, the Fintech Association, we're discussing how to replicate the business model of London. And some countries have done it. For instance, Lithuania, the Baltic countries are very successful to attract fintech companies. And some of them do have regulatory sandboxes, those safe spaces where you can develop your pilot model or product without the fear that at some point a regulator will come knocking to your door and start checking and then you realize that you screwed up. So the regulator constantly monitors what you're doing, tells you whether you're planning to make a mistake or not. And I think, again, we're going back to risk. And the Bulgarian National Bank is one of the most conservative banks regarding risks, maybe among most central banks in the European Union.
I agree.
Yeah.
Basel 1, 2, 3, we implemented in the worst case. I think the most conservative way.
And I think the reason for that is that people at the bank are not aware of the positive and the risky sides of innovation.
No. This comes from the past when we lost 1/3 of our banks in '97. And still in the central bank, this invisible hand of the collapse of 1/3 of your financial system is guiding everything. So it should be too strong to...
But then in order to improve our economic growth, there is a direct link proven 20, 30 years ago that financial innovation, improvement, financial development causes economic growth. So in order to boost our economic growth, we need financial innovation. So regulators have to start dealing with this risk. And I think they have abandoned it all. They're just ignoring anything that looks risky. They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to build competences about it. And that is our goal. That has been our goal for the last 2 years with the Fintech Association, to try to convince them, to explain to them. I'm telling you, I'm not selling any fintech products. I'm telling you also the risky side. So that my goal is for everyone to understand the risks, the benefits, of course, but also the risks. And then the regulator might decide, but it will be an educated decision to stop some models. And right now it's just we avoid risk, which is, of course, you can always do that. You cannot lose money if you don't invest in anything, but of course you lose money through inflation, so it's not exactly true. And the issue with regulation is that what you said, that they usually ban stuff. But in order to, we had a survey with Georgi for the development of fintech in Bulgaria. We went back to the 1930s. And actually before 1989, the driver of financial innovation was the communist state and the Bulgarian National Bank. And from then on, my perception is that the National Bank has abandoned its role to build the financial infrastructure and system, or to promote innovation in a, as I said, educated way. And
do they have sandbox? I don't think so. Neither Financial Supervision Commission.
Now we are trying to convince them to implement it. And what Georgi is alluding is part of our goal for the center is to develop such a course based on our experience with fintech.
And connections, I would say.
In all universities that we teach. We compared programs, at least my course I started with the curriculums of Oxford, Stanford, I've said it many times, and just filled it in the table of contents I filled with my own stuff. And we compared now a curriculum of an institute, European University Institute. They have a foreign school of banking and finance, I think. And we noticed that actually we can offer this, and it will be just one add-on, the part on sandboxes, and we can directly offer the courses that we already offer very easily to regulators. And it's a Central and Eastern European region, so we won't offer it only to the Bulgarian regulator, but to all regulators in the region, because we are trying to build community not only in Bulgaria but as a region to be stronger, and because there are always interactions, there are always networking effects. It's one thing to have 1,000 or 11,000 smart people in Bulgaria, but then Romania is 2.5 times bigger, Greece is bigger, and if all smart people unite, and okay, they are competitors, but still the main goal is development of the region. And financial development and promotion, and we cannot do it without regulators. So that's why the name of the center is not the Bulgarian Center for
He's talking
finance.
about smart people. Let me tell you, and regulators. Let me tell you, because you like regulators. what is cooked now, I would like to warn all of you, because Georgi presented that the salaries in this sector are twice as high as the average in the
gross.
country.
Yes, gross.
Yeah. So what is cooked now with OECD, because you mentioned already OECD, because they are giving, recommendations. We are at the entrance line.
Yeah.
They are going to introduce, because of OECD, and we do everything what somebody with good diplomas are telling us. They're going to introduce the progressive income tax, which means, guys, that all of you are going to be taken not 10% from your salaries, but at least 30%. So this is what is cooked now. Why so? Because somebody said that we have too many poor people and few very rich people. Who are the rich people? If you look at the statistics, you see this is the information technology sector, and this is financial sector and energy, 3 of them. So you're talking about talents. How you're going, and the colleague is just saying that we would like these young people from Bulgaria to take good positions and to innovate, to do some new things. How they're going to do if we just cut their salaries? They will go further. They will go somewhere else. So please take care for this. I'll let you know the exact time when you should jump and say no way. You're going to be hurt. This sector will be hurt a lot from this. And we are going to lose a lot of international staff who is coming and joining this growing and good salary sector.
Dr. Bova, I'm sorry, that's news to us. And
this is bad news.
Yeah, that's definitely bad news, because instead, the government, what you're saying basically, instead of providing the necessary tools to the people to gain more money, they're just taking more money than the people that have the tools.
The skilled, highly skilled people, intelligent. Look at these people.
Which says a lot about the mentality within the people that regulate. Not only in Bulgaria, generally speaking.
This is purely Bulgarian. You know that in EU, taxation is national priority. No touch by EU institution. That's our
You can
own.
check the Greek taxation. It makes absolutely no sense.
All right. It's a political question that is really a tough one that I don't want to really deep dive, at least not during this panel, which is once again on education. So in that sense, a question over to Vasily, because we are close to the end of this panel. What are the future steps that the industry in Bulgaria should really take in the next year or so, 3 years, 5 years? And what do we need to see coming from private sector when talking about education? What is still missing in that sense?
Again, synergy, a better synergy with the academia, collaborate together for courses and programs in English, not only Bulgarian, but preferably in English, because it's a big tool that everybody should be speaking English. You can't require, you don't have access to high paid positions if you don't speak English, because these positions are held by people that speak English, basically. Why? Like I said, globalization. Why? Capitalism. Goes to say that we need to do that, and because if we don't do that, we're running the risk to run out of people, because you see that many people within the IT and fintech sector in Bulgaria, they're not locals. Not because locals are not intelligent enough, but they're not enough of them. They don't have the necessary tools and skills to acquire such positions, and this is why we're searching at all time, at any given moment, we're searching for people not only from Bulgaria, but from Europe, and not only. So we need that. It's a fact that not only the skilled, but the unskilled labor in Bulgaria is going through a crisis. This is why even the industry Bulgaria is changing the way it operates so it can accommodate unskilled women workers, because without them, even this sector, the industry is, from what I understand, don't quote me, at risk.
All right. Your final words, Associate Professor Radev, what is, and I want to stress once again that here today on the panel we have industry and academia. Hopefully next time we will see industry, academia, and regulators of the public sector. Getting back to academia that you're part of and you represent, what are the so needed future steps that we need and that we have to see in the next couple of years? It's a question to both you, probably starting with Associate Professor, just in a phrase or two.
Well, related to what Vasily said, I think that I really admire, I don't think, I do admire the approach of the Bulgarian Fintech Association that came to us, to Associate Professor Božidar Nedev, to Associate Professor Marcelen Jovogan at our faculty, and saw this idea of a new master's program where we have industry participation. And at the same time, okay, we heard that regulators are bad, but actually last year the regulation regarding who can teach at universities was relaxed. So before it was only people with academic degrees who could teach. Now they allow people from the business. They allow industry-funded PhDs, projects, getting a PhD working on a project funded by the industry. And this is the way forward to me. Of course, English, that I came in 2020. I said it from the beginning, I will teach in English or won't teach at all. Because, okay, I joke with my students that I'm a dictator, but I'm a benevolent dictator. So in economic theory, you can get to the market outcome without any frictions. Either you can replicate the market outcome if you have a dictator that knows everything and it's good-willed. And maybe it's arrogant, but I have the feeling that through my experience, although my students sometimes don't realize why I expect something from them, I know what is, in most cases, good for them, and it was confirmed right now, so I'm very happy with it. So English language programs, participation of the industry, and involvement. We shouldn't be that combative with regulators. We have to, it was mentioned here, we have to realize where they come from. The banking crisis is the reason why the Bulgarian National Bank is conservative. So we have to show them why some models are worthwhile to promote and to at least allow the discussion on them. And we have a lot of tasks for the center. We can discuss it later on at other events.
Okay. Over to you.
Three things. First, to start teaching from the first grades in the baccalaureate degree. Second, within these 4 years, we have to push them starting using fintech services. So I would like to ask everybody who is providing fintech services to leave me his business card, so I will definitely promote using your services among my students. I have about 120 per semester, so it is a good society, because without trying, without testing, without consuming financial service provided by fintech company, they cannot learn. So just talking to them doesn't help so much as they should use those services. What we need, and I would like to put this question to my colleague also and to Georgi. So we really need good, let's don't call them vocabularies and textbooks, but we need something, because young people are diving in information. There is so much on fintech because it is fashionable, but sometimes those sources of information are misleading. So talking about the risk for them using this kind, building such kind of knowledge and education on not solid ground and good ground. So we need to produce sources which could help them learning, and after this basic stuff, to upgrade their knowledge in order to to be part of the system. And I would like to convince you that there are really brilliant students ready to start working in your sector.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much for these wise words. I believe this was a really nice ending here, a good summary of what we just discussed. And I want to once again assure all of you guys that within our association and coming from us, we have never tried to be combative or really separate ourselves from the public sector or anybody out there in the ecosystem. It's quite the contrary. As you see with the Financial Supervision Commission, we try to work as hard as possible with these people, with everything that we have. So hopefully we will see more and more people joining the ecosystem, more and more key stakeholders joining it, and really, in the end of the day, joining forces to help our financial literacy. So this was the end of this panel about education. We move forward with the next one about innovation, but let's have a 10 minutes break and then continue. All right. Hello back. Hello everyone. Thanks for being back. I hope you stick to the end of today's conference. I really hope it's going to be an interesting panel ahead of us, and I'm sure because of the specialists that we will now have on the stage. But prior to that, we have another specialist coming from the Innovative Sofia. It's a great partner of us, actually together with them for a second consecutive year. Or third, if I'm not
third.
It's third one. Okay, good. We create the mapping, the fintech mapping that just previously I showed to you guys. So we have here the senior expert of at the Innovative Sofia, Velko Velkov. Thank you for being here, Velko, and I'm giving you the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for inviting me to the BFA Christmas party.
Yeah, just in a couple of more minutes.
Yes, so hi everyone, I'm Velko Velko from Innovative Sofia, which is the branded name for the Digitalization, Innovation and Investment Department at Sofia Municipality. And I think it's good that we're doing this by the end of the year because it's a nice opportunity for us to look back on what's happened this year, and perhaps by the end of this we'll feel more hopeful about the future. So here are a couple of things from earlier this year. Oops. Okay.
Is it on?
Yeah. Okay, so one of the things I mentioned in the FinTech report is the Sandbox for Innovative Solutions. So this is our regulatory sandbox. It's a program for us to launch pilot projects that have to deal with urban challenges. And as you see, they have a different applicability. So it could be dealing with education, could be with the environment, and with regard to fintech, the one notable example would be the address registration e-portal, which was a nice case study for how to optimize certain processes. So the sandbox itself is a nice tool for validating concepts, but also it's a nice way of promoting for more data-driven governance. And hope as we see more and more in Europe, we see sandboxes that are catering for AI, that are catering for fintech as well. I believe in Greece last year they launched one.
That's correct.
And so hopefully we would like to see more in the future sandboxes and regulatory sandboxes that have to deal with more niche topics such as fintech, such as deep tech, AI, and really helping out the local startup ecosystem to really validate their own concepts and develop themselves even further. So the second thing that happened this year that was a great addition or great development is the startup visa, which launched in October of this year. And it's a nice mechanism for there to be an influx of non-EU founders, non-EU investors, and really a way to help develop the Bulgarian and Sofia economy with just a nice influx of fresh blood. And also, in addition to the startup visa, I believe there was some development with the blue cards for IT talents. So one of the other things that BESCO, the Startup Association, are doing right now, they're focusing on a visa for digital nomads. So you see that there's a lot of effort to cultivate the human labor aspect of the startup ecosphere. And lastly, I want to talk about the Compass for entrepreneurs. So as we know, entrepreneurship is a very exciting but also overwhelming endeavor. So when you start out, there's a lot of uncertainties. There's also a wealth of information. So it's easy for a starting up entrepreneur to get disorientated. And of course, there is word of mouth. There is also the power of having a good network, but networking and word of mouth can only get you so far. So one idea that's been developed earlier this year, and hopefully we'll see it in place in 2023, is having a tech solution for giving out the actual advice, information that rising startups need to start up a company, starting from how to make a pitch deck, how to make a business plan, but also what are the funding opportunities and such. And one of the good things that I've been seeing for the last couple of months, you see multiple great exits and a lot more founders becoming angel investors themselves. So you see that the Bulgarian startup ecosystem is becoming more self-sustainable. It's investing in itself and it's really growing. So it's nice that for there to be a technological solution to help out the startup, my apologies, to help out young startups would be a nice way of going forward. And that's about it. So I just wanted to share just a couple of things that happened this year, just to focus on the positive things that are happening. There are multiple things on multiple different fronts. And hopefully with together the power of the education sector, of the startup sector, of the different associations that we are moving together, and hopefully we're making Sofia a better place for startups.
All right. Thank you so much, Velko. It was really nice to have you here in the conference. And not only, we do believe that having fintech experts within not only your agency, but many more, will help us move forward. And with this, I want to start introducing our new panelists. And on the stage, I would like to ask George Marinov, who has over 30 years of experience in the field of information technology. He is the founder of EasyPay, ePay.bg, ePayGo, and InfoNotary. In the early 90s, he founded Datamax, a company for the development of banking software. He also participated in the development of numerous software products and the first Bulgarian internet bank branch in 1998. And in 1999, he founded the internet payment system ePay.bg. In 2006, he launched the EasyPay checkout network. All right, thank you so much for being here, Georgi. And then we have a second panelist, Mikhail Mikhailov. He's the Business Development Director at Iris Solutions, a leading provider of services and solutions based on open banking in Southeast Europe. Mikhail has over 15 years of experience in the financial field of retail banking, and he has led projects in the field of non-banking, lending, and financial analysis. He's also one of the founders of Iris Solutions, another important company. I'll give you the floor just any seconds. Yeah, you can go. Any seconds for just to describe what is ePay, what is Iris, and so on and so forth. But last but not least, we have our third panelist of there, Filip Montavis. Please take your seat. He is an investor in Paysera Bulgaria. He's also board of directors, BFA board of directors member. With over 20 years of experience in the software sector. And previously, he was part of Bascom, right?
No, I'm still.
Still? Oh, sorry. Sure. Member of the board?
Yes.
Brilliant. Okay. So this is what we have today. It's going to be a short panel this time. I do understand it's already 6:30. And the catering and drinks are just behind, hopefully, behind the door. So over to you, Georgi. What exactly is ePay? And yes, just for the audience.
ePay started in the dark ages of the 90s. Something called fintech on over 20 years. It's dinosaur stuff. So the 90s, we created a system to facilitate payments with cards online in Bulgaria for the first time. The specific thing with ePay, there was a lot of payment systems even then, is that we managed to legally do payments with debit card, because the fetish of the regulation then was that debit cards could never be used, not card, not present, no PIN based. And we did some loophole, which was we asked people to go to the ATMs and state with their PIN that they are going to use these cards online. And legally it went through and we started this system. The first transactions was done in November 1999. A CD actually was the first thing bought in Bulgaria. Then we started day by day to acquire new merchants. Utility companies showed their interest. In a couple of years, we managed to get a technical connection with all the utilities. And the day that we finalized the fifth one in Sofia, the customer base went like this, because when it's convenient to pay everything you owe at one place, it's quite reasonable to use it. So this is the main thing that TPay offers, a way to pay all your bills, any kind of bills, loans and taxes and utility bills and anything you like, kindergarten taxes and stuff like that. And when it's at one place and you see the information and you pay with one touch, it's great. Funny thing is, in the mid-20s, there was a heat wave in 2005 or 6, and there was old people fainting actually at the queues for paying the electricity cash. And the electricity company, we had a very nice connection there with them. They said, could you please guys do something in order to save the old ladies? and we managed to do this with partnering with banks and offered for one day 120 offices where they can pay cash online. Cash and the electricity company to receive the money. And the good thing was on the next day, the papers wrote, electricity company opens 128 offices in order to offer this to the public. And that's how things started with the cash. We never planned to do it. We believed in the early 2000s that digital payment will be everything. But we are realistic, and we followed the demand, actually. And the demands from both parties, and the merchants and the customers, were to pay in cash. But during the years, we increased the network of offices. And the other funny thing with Bulgarian internet is usually people watch and decide what to buy online and then go pay it in cash. All over the world is the other way around. People go to the store, choose the things, and then go and buy it online. But it's okay, so we covered this as well.
All right. Thank you so much for this quick introduction of yours. Starting from the dinosaurs, let's say, one of the very first fintech companies in Bulgaria, if not the very first one, I now want to give the floor to the startup here within us, with Iris Solutions. What exactly do you do, just in a couple of words?
Iris Solution is an open banking provider. Actually, we consider that open banking is the bridge between the traditional bank system that everybody knows and the innovative companies and businesses that exist and that create products and services based on the digital technologies today. So we consider us as bridge creators, bridge builders. So the company which is bringing the power of financial services, the power of payment account, the power of payment data, and the abilities of this financial service, because the payment account is the initial financial service that you receive in a bank, to be live in any digital environment. And to follow what Mr. Marinov said, 2 years ago we made the first transaction through open banking, or it was 3 years ago. I think it was at the end of 2019. The first thing which was bought by payment initiation transaction from a bank account was a book. So we still keep that book. It was delivered, it was paid online, and we still keep it as a symbol of the first thing used paid by open banking.
And what was the book all about?
The book is Catcher in the Rye.
Okay.
Catcher in the Rye. It's still in our
I've
office.
seen it. Okay,
Yeah.
good. And now over to Philip. You're somewhere in between these two gentlemen. You represent a company with actually a Lithuanian company with a branch in Bulgaria, or it's the other way around. How are you going to how are you going to describe Paysera?
So Paysera is a digital bank, or this is the target scope of our services, to provide the same services provided by banks, but without the branches and without the paperwork, and in a digital way, mobile, and to a great extent to be self-service, and because of this to be low cost and more convenient for the new generation. So we don't have offline services. Sometimes in our office, some people come and say, "Oh, can we now open an account?" Yes, you can, but you still have to sit here, take out your phone, and do whatever you would have done from your home. And we started a partnership with Lithuanian company Paysera. So it's a Bulgarian entity in a joint activity contract with a Lithuanian company. We are responsible for the provision of the services for Bulgaria and Romania. Currently, we have about 45,000 customers in Bulgaria and a few thousand in Romania, physical persons, and about 7,000 companies. And the company started with providing very cheap SEPA euro transfers, which was at a time when in Bulgaria this would cost something like 30 euros or 50 euros. And it was a little bit strange that we provided this service for 15 cents, and most people would say, "Oh, this is a scam or something." It's must be a scam. Still, 4 years ago, we started instant payments. And now I think there is one Bulgarian bank that is providing instant payments. I think you are providing instant payments.
Kind of.
iCard, and I think that's it. And for some reason, even though European Union is forcing very much instant payments, they are not very popular yet. And open banking is not very popular yet.
Yeah, unfortunately, but we were both working on it.
Yeah, we also have a
Good job, Anse.
we also have an open banking service for the merchants, but we don't see much traction with it.
Okay, let's introduce something else. Besides open banking, the digital payments, there are these super apps that you're talking about in the report as well. Could you please enlighten us a bit more about the super apps, Philip?
This is the new concept by Paysera to provide a space for other developers to build an app. It's been very popular in Asia, like WeChat. So, because our customers are identified, so we know who they are, and we have additional data about them, and we also keep their money. So we make it easy for other applications to build an application within our application, and from there to provide some additional service, from ordering a pizza or a cup to investing or whatever might be in between, parking or any kind of services, mostly that require a payment, because this is where we have an added value. And also in the area of micropayments. So our test case now is with a crowdfunding company for real estate investments. And what we give to this company is we give an environment of users that are identified and their money are one click away, so they can just slide right and invest. Or when we expand this, actually this is open to other partnerships. So we provide the foundation, like we have a an account, an identified user that has money, hopefully, in his account. And if you want to sell him something, then you might want to build this as an app in our app. And
you can do that in every app using the open banking. It's the same. You can create each bank account in each bank, not only in Paysera, of course, in any other app or any other digital platform. So it's something new on the market, and what we've seen is that more companies are trying to use it. Today we had a conversation with a non-banking lending institution which is entering the Bulgarian market. They want exactly the same because, as Philip mentioned, they receive an identified customers already identified by the other banks, customers who can provide history about their financial behavior, which is crucial for the lending process. So this is what we started actually several years ago.
All right, just a bit more, a few words about open banking. Where does it start? Where does it end? Can you limit somehow open banking these days? And how is it in Bulgaria? Just now we want to get through a lot of technologies and then to see where that will go.
The last news about open banking was from 2 days ago, I think. It was the enlarging of the scope of the history. I mean, today, if you share your bank account transaction data, your consent is valid for 90 days. With the new regulations, it's going to be prolonged for 180 days. So twice a year, you can provide your consent for your bank account in such kind of app as Philip mentioned or any other digital platform. And only twice a year, you just have to renew the consent. What is expected next?
How did that happen? Sorry, is it a regulation coming from Europe or directive? Or?
I think the colleagues from the Bulgarian National Bank will give more details because they're more in the details. But this is part of a new regulation from the European Commission or something. I'm not sure who is issuing it. What is expected to come is the update of so-called PSD2 or Payment Service Directive 2. Probably it's going to be an update or a new version. It's not clear yet, but it's expected to be in Q1 probably next year. And we expect to see that currently in open banking, companies and individuals have access just for the payment accounts. With the update, is expected to have access to any kind of term deposits, any kind of saving accounts, any kind of so-called credit accounts also. So this is the next step for so-called open finance, which will be the future, which will affect the insurance companies, probably the pension funds, and the next steps towards the open finance. Open data, which will probably affect the utility companies, which are working, in more close way, the telcos and so on and so on.
All right. You can take whenever you want. Just to elaborate a bit more on innovations, if you want, George. But my question over to you will be about creating these innovations from Bulgaria. How did that change throughout the years? Because we do now see these guys here. Probably they weren't doing this exactly same thing 20 years ago, right? But you were. So in that sense, what really changed? In good way or bad way?
I don't believe anything changed. Innovation is not something that you create. There should be a nice, let's call it, environment for innovation and acceptance. The market is the big thing. If you create something very nice, but you have to start with 10,000 clients, like the Bulgarian volume, the payable public. If you're in Stanford and you create an app for guys to share their bills after the meals, you create PayPal and you take over the world. If you create the same app here in Bulgaria, in a small country with a small market, you create something great. You can own the country, but that's it. You're just a local mini financial dwarf. And so the real question is, being part of Europe and stuff, how anybody working in fintech now has one eye and one other organ in some European direction, because it's obligatory if you want to do real stuff. You cannot do it in a closed local village kind situation, pond, whatever. And so the thing is that you have to start from here, because you're born here and you speak the language and you know guys here. But you have to find something that is interesting over there, and you don't know anybody there. Because it's nice to be on a first name basis with directors of banks here and anybody. But if you go and offer something like, say, I will create open banking and I go to Deutsche Bank in Germany or some Saxo Bank or anybody and say, I'm a nice Bulgarian company, I want to dig in your data.
Actually, 2 weeks ago, we were in Erste Bank head office in Vienna.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's okay, it's
Actually,
legal.
it happened.
You can do it, of course, but it's you have a disadvantage, let's call it. So this is the objective fact. We know it. So in order to do this, you have a challenge. You have to do something that is worthwhile European-wide. European, on the other hand, is not very well known for creating big stuff. Any great company except Spotify or SAP, that's it. So, and you're here as well, so you have to manage this. We don't speak about billions and billions, but let's be nice to have a couple of 100 million customers. And we have 6 million people here. Whatever we can do for them is for 6 million people. It's just 2 boroughs in New York. So this is the volume. This is the challenge. It's not anybody's fault. It's the real geographical situation, and we have to have this in mind.
All right. Speaking about fintech future, about of these technologies, once again, we cannot really pass by regulation. And what you just heard from the other panels, where do you think these regulations are leading us when talking about the creativity, the innovation? Is it bad for, and once again, probably getting back to this controversy, Philip, over to you, when we have enough regulation, when it's too much?
Philip is the real hero of anti-regulatory speeches. Well, I remember the tax administration and the regulation 19. It was a crazy period, and he was on the edge of the. Usually, funny thing. Sorry for this. Funny thing is that even the best thing the regulators can do for the political class is everybody to be. To break the law, because the tax guy can go to any office and say, where is your connection between the Excel and the tax administration? Since technically it's impossible, it's the great situation to be able to make everybody break the law, no matter what. So
I think about regulation, there is an old view of the world that is nationalized. So if you are the regulator for Bulgaria, and then you can keep things from moving on for as long as you find reasonable. But now, even if you are holding as a regulator the situation in Bulgaria, in other countries that are more progressive, they don't. So they already have a law, they have regulated some companies, and these companies can provide services in Bulgaria. So then you have Bulgarian companies that are disadvantaged because they cannot easily get regulated, versus foreign companies that work in a country where regulation is more relaxed, and they are several years ahead. Even if things get regulated at some point here, then you have a late start. And this is withholding the innovation. So we become more of a market than a producer of services. We are market for foreign services. And I think that this is something that must change. So regulators must become more brave so that they enable the local ecosystem to provide services for the local market and also for all Europe, starting here. I'm also in the board of Bulgarian Association of Software Companies. Today we had a press conference about the results of the industry, and 86% of Bulgarian software industry is working for export. So it's a great environment to produce software products. And if you can incubate your financial innovation, which requires some kind of regulation or at least a sandbox or something, then this can grow into successful businesses that are beyond the borders of Bulgaria. Of course, regulating something that is not clear yet and it's a moving target, it's hard. It's not easy task. And this is why it's, I guess, difficult choice for regulators to actually be so as brave as Lithuanian government and regulator was and still is, I think. And hopefully this will change. But for now, we are just hoping.
What is your take on this, Misho? Just because we know that you're coming from the banking sector, and are you a bit more conservative to at least what we just heard from Philip?
No. I think that Philip and Georgi Mirov are right. Usually, in all the countries, actually, this is my impression, the regulations are coming too slow. They're following the business. They're not leading the business. And you mentioned in the previous panels that probably there are few examples where the government, the regulators, the policy is leading the business, or at least supports the business with all the regulation and the stuff coming after that. In all other countries, I think that they face the same issue. It's the same here. In the very beginning, we have the same issue discussing with our regulators, because we are a licensed payment institution. It was something new for them. We have to work together to establish what is the framework of our relations, and so on and so on. I think as more as we speak about this, and as more as there are meetings where business regulators, and not only regulators, because the regulator, their function is to follow that you're in compliance with the law. But who is creating the laws? Who is creating the regulator acts? So we have to be more communicative. The business, the regulators, and the guys in the parliament or the commissions who are preparing the laws in order to create a good environment for all of us.
All right, Georgi, what is your take on this? What's your comment? Where is this regulation leading us to? This crypto one that we were talking about in the beginning, but in the other panels as well. Is it good for the environment, for the industry, for the business?
You have to put yourself in the shoes of some guy working in the regulator, and he's in middle level, and he's responsible to take responsibility actually for somebody who he doesn't fully understand what he really intends to do, and so it's easiest for them, and it's like a physical person working there. It's quite obvious that he'll take the easy road mostly and say, this is forbidden. And it's quite easy to do because there are a lot of old laws working and still enact here. So the main reason that even if there is a good political will, which is not very sufficient, but the middle level of the regulation in Bulgarian National Bank, in Ministry of Finance, in any kind of stable institution, not the parliament. Parliament's something quite different. But these guys, when there is a law, there should be some regulation how to implement the law. So this regulation is quite important because she decided some details. And it's easy and the devil is in the details. So it's easy just to switch here and there, and you can put the whole law down. You have a great law signed 20 years back for electronic signature. Great. It's everything is the only thing you cannot do is marry someone digitally. Everything you can do, you can sell your house, you can do anything you like with the digital certificate. But still, it's a huge question how actually in this special detail way of this and that situation, what you should do digitally. The law is there and it's working. It's quite modern during the years. It's updated during all the new European regulations, but still the middle, and it's obviously psychologically for them, because you have to take responsibility for something that is not fully in your way to control. Because and it's easy just to forbid it. And you forbid it just like instinct, and there will come a day when things will be so clear and there's some European impact here and there that people will move on. But this is the main problem, even if there is political will. Mostly there is not any, but even when it is, it's a problem actually to implement the adequate procedure.
Understood. All right. Now, in the end of this panel, just like I promised, it's not going to last for the whole 40 or 50 minutes that we initially had. So, in the next couple of years, you already know the drill. I always ask what we're going to see in this particular case in future of fintech. What are the current trends that hopefully will be there still 3 years from now, 5 years? Mikhail?
I think that fintech is developing, and if you take a look, the first fintech, actually, EasyPay and DataMax, they started with payments. They were followed by other companies. When Philip was explaining about the business of Paysera, the first service they started, the service that took their place on the market was the SEPA transfer, again payments. What we observe now is that the next level of development, even if you consider the crypto is again payments based on a new technology, on the blockchain technology. What we observe is that there are more services appearing now on the market based on data. Because, of course, payments is easy and important to be done because there is payment in each transaction. But data is more crucial to provide more sophisticated and more valuable service to the customers. Probably with more sophisticated, more well-developed artificial intelligence and machine learning behind that, we will see quite a different products in the next 2 or 3 years. At least what we see is that there are a lot of companies starting to do something on that basis.
All right. Over to you, Philip. In the next 3-5 years, the future of technologies in fintech.
One thing, I think open banking will finally start having an impact. I hope so, actually. And, we are preparing for this. Another big push is coming from Europe, and it's about instant payments. I think it will be implemented, and we will be seeing payments happening in 10 seconds in the next years. They are actually happening for a long time, but I mean on a daily basis and in mass. What we see and what we also prepare for is crowdfunding as a way to get to finance projects if you are an entrepreneur or somebody who needs to finance a project, but also as a mean of investment. So for people who have some money and want to build a portfolio of small investments and have some return on these investments, rather than wait for banks or financial institutions to invest their money in direct investment. Because when you buy a small piece of a project, you are as direct as it gets into this whatever it is projects. The regulation for crowdfunding, I think it is finally been signed into law in Bulgaria 2 months ago, but still the rules of the game are still to be created by KFN. What else? Maybe I think there is also regulation coming for instant payments, so banks will be forced to have instant payments. Initially to accept instant payments.
1st of April, the banks will be obliged to accept initial payments.
And then also to initiate payments. They will also require to have a name, so to check the names and not to make the transfers only by IBANs, and it will be required to actually have a hit between the name of that the payee has written on his payment order and the name of the beneficiary.
That's enough.
Yeah, that's quite a lot actually.
That's quite a lot. All right, over to you, Georgie.
I definitely, totally, fully agree with you about the data. The data is actually the breeding point of artificial intelligence. So what about data? I fully know payments is payments, but I'll speak from our perspective. We plan next year, in the early next year, January, February, to launch a service to everybody, which will enable anybody to go to an office, not on a mobile. Okay, mobile is definitely there, but if you want very democratic access to your service, it's nice to be able everybody to get it. So he can go to any office and he can say to the cashier, I have a document to sign in favor of some of your companies. And if he asks, we can print it out to him. If he does, he just signs it digitally, actually, server-based. Because he's there, we check his ID with a special device. We check it with the official police register, and we are quite sure who he is. We validate the personal ID with all possible means. And he signs this thing digitally, and you received actually a double-signed PDF with your contract and his signature. And you can charge him, you can pay by yourself, it's up to you. So anybody that needs a lot of people to access his service, but for some regulation, they need to have some signed contract. It's never said that should be on paper. So we fully offer this mostly for banks and insurance companies, operators, utility companies. A lot of documents you have to sign. Legally, you can sign them digitally, of course, but the thing that we will offer, so you can go to some place and you have somebody help you with the process and digitally sign this thing. And so you receive just a file right away, and you don't pay for any couriers back and forth and any documents and so on. So even in our plan for EasyPay is to offer this in 3,000 offices all over the country, small villages and small countries.
The biggest notary in Bulgaria.
Yes, and you don't need the notary because you have somebody to check his personal data, and he can sign any kind of request form, contract, document, service agreement, anything you like in order. And this is that we will offer to everybody to use. We will be the first customers, of course, because the regulation requires from us a lot of documents to be signed in advance when you open an account. And everybody say, okay, sign it digitally, but you know the issues with that. A lot of people don't have technical skills actually to do it. I don't dismean anybody, but the truth is that a lot of people, from my point of view, there's, let's say, a couple of millions people who will benefit from such a system because they will easily go and say, okay, I want to sign this. They gave me this number. Okay, this is your document. If you like to read it, no problem. And then you sign it, and the company receives actually a file, which is great, really great, because if you have to stock up archives of crazy documents and you have legally to keep them 5 or 10 years, it's a problem, really. If you're a big company, it's an issue. So the price for a piece of paper to store it is more be 4 or 5 cents, actually. The paper is half a cent, the transportation is 2-3 cents, the storage unit is, the guys that work with the forklifts 2-3 cents. So any paper at all, and people sign documents of 40 pages. So make the math.
All right.
And of course, the data will power the AI technology, customer fraud detection, AML, quite important things, because nobody wants to be in AML situation. So if and the people are not good at checking AML, they're good to investigate somebody, but one guy, what 1 million guys? And there you need the AI. And this is the thing that we're working on to implement.
Brilliant. All right, thanks so much, gentlemen. I believe we can summarize this panel with just saying the future is bright, at least when it's in your hands. So let's see what's really future holding us, and hopefully we'll be part of it. So with this, you can take your seats. And with this, I just have to close not only the panel, but the whole conference today. All right. Thank you so much. You can just take, okay, good. So thank you all for being here. And I'll have to stand up, I guess. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for taking the time, being part of this journey, because we do consider it like this. A huge thank you, first of all, to our partners, our general partners, MasterCard, as well as our ecosystem partners, Financial Supervision Commission, the Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Bulgaria, the European Commission, Innovative Sofia, Faculty of Economics and Business Administration at Sofia University, as well as Vuzafo University in Sofia. I have to mention our hosts here, Sofia Tech Park, who are kind enough to let us in and really making this happening. I have to say a huge thank you to Nexo, our platinum partners, for the reports, and not only. And just moving forward with closing it, it's been really quite an year here within our association. We've been to London, to Brussels, together with our ecosystem. We managed to bring together so many people from all of the key stakeholders realm, let's say. And if this report that you can now download does not convince you that what we do here is really valuable and at least interesting, but it's good for us as an economy, then I don't know, just get a bit more data from somewhere else, probably from the UK. Go and ask your friends living abroad what is really fintech all about, and then come back and you find that we have it here in Bulgaria. We don't really have to go abroad. So in that sense, and for this, we work in the so-called attracting Bulgarian diaspora. That's why we were in London. So hopefully with this event in English, you can see that we are competitive enough to the rest of Europe, and that we are moving forward. And for this, we will need all of you guys who are just behind the cameras, behind your monitors, or here in this space, for really bringing Bulgaria up. Not only in comparison to what we have as neighboring countries, but in comparison to the rest of Europe, especially Western one, and really being part, just like I mentioned a couple of seconds ago, being part of the future. Thank you so much.